undertaken research, monitoring, and evaluation of team efficiency of others. This 2023-2024 completed the appraisal process 28% in the final 28% in the final 2018-20 class of PIB experts 20 class of PIB experts guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects
Thank you very much. Once again, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very much. Once again, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity on behalf of the Project Analysis and Public Investment Department of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Investment Department of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and on behalf of the Makerere University PIM Center of Excellence, to welcome you all to the first Public Investment Management Conference in Uganda, the Pioneer Conference on Public Investment Management. I think that deserves a big applause. My name is Jason Kakuyo. I work with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and I'll be your host alongside a wonderful lady who is running around, the one and only boss lady. I'll ask her to introduce herself, and then we delve deep into the proceedings of the program.
Thank you very much, Jason, and thanks for welcoming us here. My name is Gertrude Basima. I'm going to be around with you. That's why I'm not up there. So anything you want to talk, just tell me, Gertrude, I want to talk, and I'll direct you. And then also there is a Kanban board out there. If you want to leave your views, we can show you there. So welcome to the first PIM conference.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here over the next few hours under the theme Navigating the Public Investment Management Landscape, the Current Realities and Future Outlook. In the next few minutes, we will be taking you through a number of presentations and discussions. And I just want to, first of all, extend a warm appreciation to all of you for agreeing to our invitation and also turning up in big numbers. I also want to raise your expectations to the various...
In the next section here, we run through very briefly the approach that we took to understanding these issues. It's a very simple approach in our view. And once again, the main issue is to relate these two important things: public sector investments and the private sector investments. But in as much as this is the main issue of interest, we take into consideration a few other aggregates that would ordinarily be important in driving private sector investments at the macroeconomic level. Examples of these include, of course, the interest rates. And the interest rates are important because of the argument that some of the resources required for investments may come from the commercial banking system. They are borrowed resources. So if interest rates increase, it would discourage borrowing, and therefore fewer investments would be taking place. So for that reason, we take interest rates into consideration. But apart from the lending rate or the borrowing rate, the other important aspect of the interest rate is what we call the deposit rate. If you have a high deposit rate prevailing in the economy, then it is possible, at least conceptually, that the resources which would have been channeled to investment are instead channeled to what we would call the alternatives to investment. They become a little more attractive than putting the money in productive investment. So we have interest rates as one of the things that would be looking at. Number two is the exchange rates. And we are interested in looking at the exchange rates because most of the inputs in our investment process are imported. So if the exchange rates depreciate, if it becomes more expensive to import, then naturally it will affect the investment decision. So that's the other additional thing we look at in addition to the public investments. The other one of interest is public debt. Public debt is quite interesting because of two main reasons. One, when the public debt increases, the government would be borrowing from the market and competing with the private sector. That is the standard argument. But it is also the case then that if public debt is increasing, then the return on the public debt instruments must be increased. And once you increase the return on the public debt instruments, the treasury bills, the bonds, then for a decision maker, it might be easier to lend to government instead of putting up an investment. So that is the argument we put across here. And the other one is the per capita income, which should be straightforward because it is a big signal to investors. Once per capita income increases, then it shows that the purchasing power is increasing and therefore the market size, so it gives a good signal to the would-be private investors. So in addition to the public investments, we take into consideration a few other macroeconomic aggregate. And we cover the period, for purposes of this study, we cover the period between 1990 and 2022. That period we had fairly consistent data on all those aggregates that we wanted to study. But as we can see, it's a fairly long period. We have different reference points for our data. So as part of the analysis, we converted all the data where necessary into one reference period, which is the most recent one of 2016-2017. So the point here is that the series we use all through from 1990 to 2022 are comparable. We are not comparing different things which would complicate interpretation of our results. So in terms of the analysis, that is what we do. And we use the standard statistical techniques. We apply them, and we also check the conformity with the standard conditions. I don't want to get into those technicalities, but just to comfort the audience that we go through all these confirmatory tests. And now we move to highlight a few of the findings, and I must, I think, bias you by saying that the findings are quite interesting. They are quite interesting, and the one main aspect is that private investment in Uganda for the period we are covering is correlated with all the variables that we are looking at significantly, at least meaningfully. One is, of course, the exchange rate, the real deposit rate, the per capita income, public debt, and private investment. So all the variables we included make sense from a policy perspective. But what is equally interesting is to note that some of these variables that we look at affect private investment almost immediately if there is a change to that variable, almost immediately, but also some affect private investment only with the passage of time. So there is a difference, a small difference here. Some affect private investment almost immediately, but others affect private investment only with the passage of time. So we will just give examples of these findings. One of those that we were interested in, of course, we should have started off with the public debt. The public investment, but it's okay, we are going to get to that. So let's start off with the deposits and the public debt. So in this particular case, we used, the interest rate that we used was the return on the public debt instruments to capture, the lending rate to government. And also we capture the public debt. And what we see is that when there is an increase in public debt and when there is an increase in the return to these public debt instruments, then private sector investment reduces. That is one important highlight of our finding. And what does this mean? When the return on the public debt instruments is high and the deposit rates are high, then there would be resources to be channeled to investment are diverted away from investment into what one would call the alternatives to investment. Just to be clear, treasury bills, bonds, buying land, technically those are not called investments. They are not. Investment is accumulation of capital assets. So it becomes easier now to put your money in treasury bills, in the bank and other instruments instead of putting it in investment. So that is one important finding, and that is what has been happening in Uganda. I'm sure all of us will be able to relate with this. The return on these instruments have been high, the debt has been increasing, and a lot of resources are increasingly being channeled into those other instruments as opposed to productive investment. So that is one interpretation of these findings. But these also suggest something about the investment process in Uganda, which is that it might require, because of challenges on the lending side, it might be the case, or it is actually the case, that if you want to undertake a productive investment, you start off by accumulating some monetary resources. And how do you do that? If you lend to government, then what they give you as return is what you in turn invest. So it reduces immediately, and maybe later something might change. So that is one thing, important finding there. How about public investment itself, which is what we are here for? And it is a very interesting finding again. And the highlight here is that when public investment increases, the immediate effect of that is a reduction in private investment. That one looks a little counterintuitive. However, it would make sense if we understand the context of Uganda a little more. What is Uganda's context? The context is as follows. One, public investments have been increasing, no doubt about that. However, as public investments have increased, we have not built sufficient capacity as an economy to undertake these public investments. So the public investments in roads, electricity, all these things are executed by foreign-owned companies. That means that then the benefits, the aggregate demand benefits, the stimulus benefits of these public investments are absorbed outside of the economy. So it weakens the aggregate demand link between public investments and private investments. That's the reason we are seeing that result, and it has some serious implications, and we are shortly going to be making suggestions on how that can possibly be cured going forward. So those are the immediate effects of changes of these variables on private investment. But also, just to mention that exchange rates, any depreciation in the exchange rate also reduces investment, and this is in line with what we had highlighted earlier, where depreciation makes it a little more expensive to import capital equipment which is required for investments. And the simpler one is per capita income. What we see is that whenever per capita income increases, private investments increase, definitely because of the signal that carries for purchasing power and market size. I think, let me now just use 1 minute to highlight some of the implications of these findings. Number one, which we think is very interesting, is under the new reforms of public investment management, a lot of work is being done to do the feasibility studies and to ensure that whichever public investment project is undertaken meets the gatekeeping requirements, as it were. However, our suggestion in view of these findings is that in addition to this, it should be interesting to supplement the standard appraisal projects with an analysis which gives us a sense of how much of this investment is absorbed within the economy. So we can do the standard public investment assessment and come with some very good projects. But in addition to that, it is important increasing and going forward to ensure that the benefits, the direct benefits of these investments, some of it is absorbed within the economy. And that if we do that, then we will see an increase in private sector investments, and we will see a faster increase in the rates of economic growth. That is one important discussion area going forward. Number two is coming from what we are trying to learn about the investment process in Uganda. And what we are seeing about the private investment process in Uganda is that it is a two-stage process, or three. A decision to invest is made in the first stage. In the second stage, you have to look for resources to invest. And in the process of looking for resources, then that is how that money in the deposit accounts, in NSSF and all that comes into question. So you first accumulate, make a decision, accumulate resources. So the point here is, once we have understood this process, then how do we then take advantage of it? We now know that the investment is coming not from necessarily lending, but from the deposit side of the banking sector and the economy. So the issue is, how do we then leverage those resources in NSSF, in the deposit accounts, directly to channel them into more productive investments. And I think on reflection, all of us should be able to see this quite easily. When NSSF takes our money and accumulates it, then that is what they in turn invest. They don't just invest as it comes in. They first lend to government, and as government pays back, then they use part of it to invest. So we need to debate that. And finally then is the debate on the exchange rate. What we were able to show is that any depreciation in the exchange rate reduces investment. If it was a normal depreciation driven by market forces, that would be perfectly fine. The point is that we have evidence that part of the exchange rate on Uganda's foreign exchange market is artificially driven. So if it's artificially driven and it is affecting these outcomes, it becomes a very big problem. So how do we address that? Thank you so much, and I think I will leave it at this.
Thank you very much. That was a presentation by Professor Eria Hisadi. Very profound presentation. And now I'd like to welcome the second presenter in line with the same findings. And this is, this gentleman holds a PhD in economics from the University of Dar es Salaam, a Master of Arts in economics from the University of Nairobi, both sponsored by the African Economic Research Consortium, a postgraduate diploma in education, specifically mathematics and economics, and a Bachelor of Science in economics from Makerere University. He's a senior lecturer and coordinator of graduate programs at the School of Economics of Makerere University. He's also a visiting lecturer and tutor to PhD students at the University of Rwanda. He's a member of the Scientific Committee of the African Union and a peer reviewer of the Congress of African Economists. Ladies and gentlemen, you forgive me, these bios are really too long, and that shows that people really went to school, and some of us are still playing games. This is none other than Dr. Ibrahim Mukisa. Please come and give your presentation. Another big hand clap for him as he takes to the stage. Thank you very much. And I've been informed that the Honorable Minister is around the corner. So let's make this snappy and then welcome him. Thank you.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our study that we conducted was an evaluation one. We went around and looked at some of the projects that were core projects in the NDP, and we zeroed down on this as one of the projects that we could look at, and also the intention was to learn some lessons, how the processes and everything is done. So the team composition is that. It is comprised of colleagues from Makerere University, the National Planning Authority, and the Ministry of Finance. As a way of starting up, I'll just be very brief on the background and then dive into the evaluation approach and then the key findings and some of the challenges and lessons that we could learn from there. But in terms of a quick summary of our findings, we, on the overall, judged that project as being moderately satisfactory at that percentage. And then on the, because we used the OECD DAC evaluation criteria, we used the OECD DAC evaluation criteria, and we looked at the relevance of the project, effectiveness, efficiency, impact, and sustainability. And for each of those evaluation criteria, there were a series of questions that were being asked. And these questions, of course, through the methodology that I'll explain, we arrived at that rating. A quick one here, we note that electrification rate is still low compared to the region and globally. And we also noted that there were disparities in terms of urban and rural in terms of electrification. And the demand by 2018, remember this is an evaluation, so we look back and see what was the case then, what was supposed to be done, what did we get, and what did we not get. So at that time, there was, the demand in 2018 was 600, but there was a shortfall, so that was leading to load shedding at that time. So if you remember what was happening in the economy at that time, there was a lot of load shedding. And you will notice that when we start talking about the commissioning of this dam, which happened in March of 2019, the completion rate was not 100%, but it had to be put on the grid to try and solve the problem which was there. So I've already talked about the commissioning, which was in March 2019, and this dam added to the grid 183.2 megawatts, and the project therefore supports the Vision 2040 to transform Uganda with a reliable, affordable energy, but faces social and environmental challenges. Now, the evaluation objectives, what we wanted to achieve was to try and check the effect and sustainability issues of this dam, which was the intervention. And the objective at that time was assessing the attainment of the project goals, also document some lessons, and identify gaps, if any, and make some recommendations. But like I said, we used the OECD DAC evaluation criteria, but this did not come easily. There were some limitations and serious ones in terms of data gaps, as I'll explain. Now, this evaluation strategy was the one we used, was a variant of the evaluation strategy used by the independent evaluation group of the World Bank. We modified it a little bit to fit the Ugandan context so that we can arrive at results that are meaningful and also robust. So, so this criteria, which has issues of the relevance, effectiveness, efficiency, impact, and sustainability, and quite a number of questions, which we tried to attach scores which were weighted, and then after the weighted scores, we computed the average scores, and the final judgment made based on the average scores, because each of the evaluation criteria has a lot of different questions trying to unearth some of the attributes that can explain that criteria. So now I would want to take you straight to the key findings. So on the issue of project relevance, we found this project to be satisfactory at 78%, because it was properly aligned with the Uganda's energy sector priorities and policies. And the key strategies, of course, also were fitting very well with the Vision 2040, and also it was contributing to socio-economic transformation through reliable and affordable electricity supply. So therefore, the addition of 183 megawatts tried to fill 7% of NDP3's 25,000 megawatts, which was the target at that time. So we actually found this project intervention on the score of relevance to be very, very relevant. We also noticed that there was a comprehensive completion of key infrastructure at the dam, the powerhouse, the switchyard, and the transmission lines. Now, on the effectiveness of the project, this was moderately satisfactory at 59%. And we are saying here that whereas the project outputs such as the hydropower plant, transmission lines, and the bridge were there and commissioned in 2019, but some other aspects or components were still under development. And by the time we also visited the site, some of the works were still ongoing. So for the construction, which started in 2015, some of the components hadn't been completed at the time we visited the site, although commissioning had started in 2019. Now, that brings us to where we felt that probably things weren't moving very well on the issue of efficiency, which we found unsatisfactory at 18%. So the project had several snags and defects that included mechanical, civil, and electrical works. And these were actually expected to increase cost overruns, and indeed there have been a lot of cost overruns in this project, and also some disputes because the contractor and government of Uganda very soon will be entering into a dispute resolution, especially due to cost overruns. And also this was affecting the expected lifespan of the project, which was expected earlier on to be at 100, but because of the defects and snags, this is hoped to get to 50 as opposed to originally thought 100 in terms of years. So on the side of the impact, we found this to be moderately satisfactory at 50%. We noted some positive impacts like the improved water quality, reduced greenhouse gas emissions, and enhanced biodiversity conservation. Of course, with some negative ones, the loss of the natural habitats and alteration of the hydrological regime and increased sedimentation and erosion. From the side of the social side, we noted some job creations and support for local community development. These were benefits to the local community. So, which definitely would improve the livelihoods of the local community since there is increased what? Employment. So, this therefore, the addition to the national grid through, of course, a transmission mechanism which is not shown here would spark growth because it was reducing the load shedding and load shedding was affecting businesses. So, when we try to look at the sustainability of project benefits, we judge this to be moderately satisfactory, and we're saying despite UGCL having the technical capacity to ensure sustainability of the project, these earlier defects and snags that were observed during the operation of this project definitely affect the daily, because sometimes they turn out some of the turbines, especially because we noticed that some soil was giving away. There was water heighting, which was also affecting free flow of water to the dam. There was also encroachment from the side of the community on the land. Now, these definitely, by affecting the operations of the project, would also get into the project benefits, okay, by affecting the project benefits. So, what were some of the challenges that this project actually had? We noted significant delays in project execution, and these therefore made the supervision of the project expensive. We also noted the waterweed around the power affecting free flow of water, encroachment on the reservoir land by the community, and then collapsing slopes upstream, downstream, affecting the smooth operation of the dam. Now, key lessons. This project, like I said, the contract that was signed, they were supposed to be, they were supposed to set up a board which was supposed to resolve disputes. Okay, so from the onset, they were supposed to be having a dispute board to resolve any claims, but it hadn't been operationalized, and there were, some challenges from the contractor wanting government to pay more money, and also government on the other side not willing to do that because of the delays in construction. So as a way forward, we are saying there is the importance of a dispute board to be put in operation to resolve those kind of claims. And then there is need of clear supervision right from the planning stage. We also noted that some of the things probably were happening that way because there was no clear supervision. The other thing we noted is they did not have a clear M&E framework, so that was a huge blow to what we wanted to do because data was not actually readily available. The person who was doing the M&E was also the project manager. So we're finding a project manager also working as the M&E officer at the same time gathering that kind of information. So that was a serious issue. There was also the structuring of the owner's engineer. The payment to the owner's engineer was tagged to the completion stages of the contractor. So if the owner's engineer, who is supposed to guide the process, is supposed to be paid after certain milestones of construction, so we noted that the owner's engineer would definitely, because wanting to be paid, would clear certain construction stages which have not reached a particular stage. So, and this was, of course, a hired person from outside the country, but after certain things were noticed, contract was terminated. So we also noted the necessity of having a panel of experts on all the projects, as well as ensuring workforce stability through renewal of contracts, so that the panel of experts can actually oversee any other loophole that would have emanated from owner's engineer not doing what's supposed to be doing. So there was also worries from clear communication with regard to mergers, because at that time there was a lot of uncertainty for the mergers, and the staff definitely were highly demotivated. So as a way of evaluation recommendation, so we felt that there is a need to fast track the ongoing process of rectifying the snags and defects to ensure full project completion, and also operationalization of a dispute tribunal to resolve the project claims. And we also found there is need to fund the UGCL effectively so that they can do proper project maintenance. We felt that during the project planning and implementation process, there is need for coordination of all the key stakeholders involved in this project. We also felt that there is need of having an institutionalized M&E function to help gather the information that can be used to check on the attainment or non-attainment of the project objectives. So, like I said, on the overall, we judged this project as moderately satisfactory at 54%. So that was based on the fact that the project managed to contribute to the energy sector and the national development in terms of adding to the grid, which was a priority for government. So, however, that does not go without the other challenges that the project was facing. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's rise and welcome the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Honorable, you're very welcome. Sebo hakiki tukusemereire. We have also since been joined by the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury. Sir, you're very welcome. We've also since been joined by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, who is also our host today. You're very welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, you can please take your seats. Thank you very much, Dr. Mukisa. Honorable Minister, we've just had two presentations on the highlights of the key findings from the recently concluded studies by the PIM Center of Excellence of Makerere University. You're very welcome, and would like to proceed with the rest of the program. But before we continue, I'd like to introduce a few people here present. I'd like to introduce all heads of institutions, accounting officers present, and please stand up for recognition. I have seen the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Kampala, Madame Monica Ejachu. I have also seen the Executive Director of the National Planning Authority. Please stand up for recognition. Dr. Joseph Muvawala. We also have the Development Committee members. Please stand up for recognition. And Honorable Minister, these ones play a key role in gatekeeping of public investments before admission into the public investment plan. We have representatives from different ministries, Ministry of Lands, NEMA, Ministry of Water, among others. I also want to welcome all of you representatives of government and institutions of government. Thank you very much for coming. Also, to let you know, we have an online audience. This event is being broadcast on a number of channels. So in case you're planning to doze off, please know that there's an external audience which is watching you. So don't try it here. Thank you very much. I'd like to now welcome remarks from one of the hosts. And but before that, I have just been advised that we play the video again for the Honorable Minister and the Vice Chancellor and those who have just joined us to look at what the developments in the public investment planning so far, in the the reform agenda of public investment management. The technical team, please play that video. And then right after that, we shall welcome remarks from the hosts.
Public investments support the delivery of key public services and infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIMA assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design, due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure, establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in preparation of studies, Project Facilitation Fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed, development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency, among others. This is all aimed at building a critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed their appraisal process, compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all PIM players to contribute to the next reforms that align with the 10-fold growth strategy, whose focus is the ATMs. That is to say, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development including oil and gas, science, technology and innovation, including ICT, as the main anchors of growth. Furthermore, government is committed to ensuring that all its investments are climate smart by utilizing the climate and disaster risk screening tool. The conference is timely with the transition to the 4th National Development Plan to ensure that PIM yields high returns for every shilling invested. Join the conversation as we transform and set new standards for PIM in the country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. This is how far we've come in public investment management in Uganda, and we are definitely going somewhere. And now I'd like to invite the Professor Edward Bale of the PIM Center of Excellence to welcome us to this university. Thank you very much.
Well, Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Permanent Secretary, Secretary to Treasury, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Mr. Ramadan Gobi, other permanent secretaries present and heads of government agencies, members of University Council are present, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the PIM Center of Excellence Steering Committee Chairperson and Co-Chairperson, Dr. Joseph Muvawala and Mr. Nington Ashaba, our keynote speaker, Professor Glenn Jenkins from Queen's University, members of University Central Management, principals, deans, directors, and heads of departments, as well as faculty members, distinguished guests from government ministries, departments and agencies, representatives from development partners, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It is both a privilege and an honor to welcome you to this significant event. I extend special welcome to the Honorable Minister Matia Kasaija, our esteemed Minister for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the PSST, Mr. Ramadan Gobi, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University. You are most welcome to you all. Your presence underscores the importance of this conference and the shared commitment we have toward advancing public investment management in Uganda. Today's conference, themed Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, aligns perfectly with the mission of Public Investment Management Center of Excellence at Makerere University. Allow me to express our deep gratitude to the government of Uganda for its critical support in establishing and sustaining the center's activities. The center is the product of a collaborative effort between the government, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and National Planning Authority, as well as Makerere University. I also acknowledge the contribution of the World Bank, whose initial funding played a vital role in laying the foundation of the center's success. The PIM Center is guided by a steering committee chaired by Dr. Joseph Muvawala, the Executive Director of NPA, and is also co-chaired by Mr. Nington Ashaba, Commissioner PAP. This steering framework ensures alignment with national priorities and ensures we continue to provide relevant and transformative training and research. Allow me to thank Makerere University Council and Makerere University Management, led by Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, for the unwavering support, guidance, and oversight rendered to the PIM Center of Excellence. Since its inception, the center has been committed to building the capacity of Uganda's public sector, focusing on effective management of public investments to ensure value for money. Through tailored training programs, policy advisory services, we are helping to bridge the gap between academic research and public service needs. Our training initiatives have so far reached over 300 public service officials, covering key areas such as basic public investment management, where we cover the concept note and the profile, but also financial and risk analysis, economic appraisal and stakeholder analysis, project implementation, monitoring and evaluation. These programs equip participants with the practical skills needed to enhance project selection, appraisal, and evaluation. The aim is to ensure that public investments not only align with the national development objectives, but also deliver sustainable outcomes for all Ugandans. Our collaboration with the ministries such as Ministry of Finance, but also with the National Planning Authority, enriches these trainings by involving practitioners directly, and we also partner with the Cambridge Resources International and the Queen's University in Canada to ensure global best practices inform our programs. The center also conducts research, some of which has been shared in today's earlier presentations. The notable ones include the center participated in the assessment of the usage and performance of the Development Committee guidelines, and we have most recently undertaken the revision of the Development Committee guidelines. We validated these ones, and we are incorporating the comments so that we can produce a final product which we shall disseminate. But also, we have participated last financial year in the assessment of projects selected under the National Development Plans, NDP 1 to NDP 3. And this presentation has been made earlier before the Honorable Minister arrived. And we have also assessed the performance of the integrated bank of projects, as well as the effect of public investments on private investments in Uganda. And the Honorable Minister, this presentation has also been made earlier on today. This financial year, we have launched 4 different but quite interesting studies. The first one is on the efficiency scores for public investments. The second is the unit cost determination for public infrastructure projects. The third is economic linkages and multiplier analysis implications for public investments. And lastly, we are going to undertake an evaluation and the tracer studies of PM institutional capacity. Our approach integrates academia and policymakers, fostering a multidisciplinary environment that translates theory into practice. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all our distinguished guests for your presence here today. Your participation reflects your commitment to building a robust public investment framework for Uganda. Allow me to note that this PIMS conference is an inaugural conference, and that it is a joint effort between the Ministry of Finance and Makerere University. I also wish to acknowledge and thank the organizing team from both institutions, from the Ministry of Finance and also from Makerere University, for their dedication and hard work in making this event possible. As we embark on today's discussions, I encourage each of you to actively engage, share insights, and propose strategies that will shape the future of public investment management in Uganda. Let us seize this opportunity to collaborate and chart a path towards a more efficient, sustainable, and impactful investment landscape. I now take this singular honor and privilege to invite Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, to offer his opening remarks, but also officially welcome the Honorable Minister and other dignitaries to Makerere University. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Our guests of honor, the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Matia Kasaija, the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury, Mr. Govi, my OB, the ED of NPA, who is also the Prime Minister of the Great Kingdom of Busoga, our keynote speaker from Queen's University, all the government dignitaries, my colleagues in academia, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to Makerere University and to this, the first conference on public investment management. Honorable Minister, I want to begin by expressing our gratitude as a university to the Ministry of Finance, Learning and Economic Development for keeping Makerere alive and kicking. Makerere is definitely one of the greatest universities in the world because of the support that we get from your ministry. I would like to say that in my opinion, public investment goes a little beyond what Professor Hisali was saying because he was concentrating on infrastructure. But I think even things like parish development model, UPE and USE, and even the research and the innovation fund that you have given us are all public investments. And we need to study them and see whether they are actually making returns to the public. The parish development model in particular, I think, is a very big investment that the country has undertaken, and we need to study and see how it is performing and how it can be improved. And to that end, Honorable Minister, Makerere University undertook a study on the parish development model, and we will soon be holding a parish development model, lab, to which we shall invite all of you stakeholders to brainstorm and see how best we can implement this great undertaking of our country. The Research and Innovation Fund has dramatically changed Makerere University. For the last 4 years, you have been giving us the 30 billion shillings for research and innovation. And as a result, we now have more than 2,500 innovations, and 300 of those have been identified as having the potential for commercialization. Some of them we have actually already supported to begin the commercialization journey. I believe that that fund is going to help this country to transform our economy through job creation and creation of companies. And very many companies are already being formed. Our target is to produce at least 100 companies every year, and I know that this college, which is organizing this, will also be organizing an exhibition where some of these innovations and companies can be displayed. We want to believe that we can do much more if you support us more. Of course, the 30 billion is already a very big support, but if you doubled that, sir, the impact would be even much more, because what we will get out of that is far bigger than that investment. But we want to thank you for the investment and for always answering to our calls. As a big old university, we always have challenges, and we are always in Mr. Govi's office, and I think he sometimes gets fed up of us. I'm not sure, but I suspect that sometimes he wonders. But this is your national university, the oldest university, one of the oldest on the continent, which has been churning out public servants for this country for 100 years. But we are now transforming. We want to be more impactful through research and innovation. I am sure that the majority of you are Makerere alumni. But Minister, Makerere oye? Makerere oye? Honorable Minister, you sometimes telling me you didn't come to Makerere. You actually came to Makerere because Nairobi, Nairobi was part of Makerere at the time you were there. So I think I would like just to end by saying that we are extremely grateful to the government for enabling Makerere to remain a global university with impact. We are ready to support the government in all the other investments that you are doing, using even the research fund that you have given us. And we are already doing part of that. We are already studying why so many children drop out of UPE. We are studying that, okay? And we believe that the results will inform government on how better to implement UPE. Welcome all of you, and I believe that we shall all enjoy the day and hope that we as Makerere can contribute to making our public investments better. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor. Makerere oye. Makerere oye. Makerere zi. Makerere ra. Thank you, Prof, for those wonderful remarks. Since this is a partnership with the Ministry of Finance, those were remarks from the Makerere University. Now we want to welcome remarks from Ministry of Finance, and it gives me great pleasure now to invite Commissioner Ashaba Hannington of the Project Analysis and Public Investment, and he will in turn invite the Permanent Secretary and Secretary to the Treasury to give his remarks too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the PSST, Vice Chancellor, Makerere, the PS Education Service Commission, Dr. Kwagwasman, whom I'm told is an alumni of MAST, not Makerere. Later in life, he came later in life at Masters. He redeemed himself. Professor Glenn, our guest speaker here today, the chairman, Sub-Development Committee, Mr. Inyimu, very important person who represents PSST in chairing the Development Committee. The rest, I will stand on the protocol which was elaborated by Professor Barre. Allow me to welcome all of you on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, which is co-hosting this event with Makerere University, the PIM Center of Excellence, which we jointly work with, set up, and we work with them on a daily, symbiotically. And Professor Barre explained why we twinned with Makerere University so that we can ensure that we have applied work which is relevant to government. And it has been helpful. Mr. Minister, as we go along, we shall demonstrate, like we did even outside, where we appraise projects, and during execution, you can really see milestones that they are churning out. But allow me, because just give you a brief, it will just be a few minutes. And since Professor Nawangwe talked about public investment and broadened its definition, allow me explain what we do and how we look at public investment. Now, what we know as PIMS is a set of processes, principles, frameworks, methodologies, tools, and stakeholders. Those are key. Professor Glenn will tell you why it's important to have stakeholders in your analysis. Stakeholders can fail or enable a public investment, much more even than viability. So that's what we call PIMS, which one day when a minister, you asked me, what is this PIMS? I remember I said, if I'm building my house, do I also go through PIMS? I know that. So this is what the process is, and these were all illustrated in the video. Now, this conference is timely, Minister, in our development journey as we embark on the tenfold growth strategy of expanding Uganda's economy from the current GDP base of 550 billion USD to 500 billion within the next 15 years. PSST says within our lifetime, to emphasize that we should not die. We must stay alive until we achieve this growth projection. It is also a testament to the collaboration between the Ministry of Finance and the university, particularly the PIM Center of Excellence, which we've been able to advance our reforms, conduct research,
we gave just an appetizer in the morning of the kind of research that we are churning out, and also build capacity in investment appraisal across government. This has been a journey, and in the video we explained, it started around 2015, and now we are in 2024. This is what we've been able to do. Set up department, strengthen the development committee, improve project preparation. Now there is standardization. Everybody knows what they should do across all the ministries. And it has made life very easy, and it has improved also the quality of work. Automation of these systems. Honorable Minister, now we have a system where we record projects from inception, a concept, to profile, to start when it is studied, and when it's in execution, and we can now get real data on the milestones. Of course, we have to improve, especially on feeding in that information so that it's real time and more accurate, but the system at least is there, what we call the integrated bank of projects. We have also strengthened preparation of studies. Our studies are now better, well priced, thanks to Professor Glenn. Professor Glenn from Queens, they have done for us harmonized national, Uganda-specific prices. You don't have to use prices of Rwanda, Kenya, and Tanzania, but they reflect the fundamentals of Uganda's economy. We've intensified capacity building. Working with Makerere University, we have now trained over 130 Ugandans across ministries, and now these are our pioneers in the MDAs in project preparation. Now the last one in 2022, to consolidate all these reforms, that's why when we established the PIM Center of Excellence with Makerere, and that was an epitome in the PIM's reform, because then we were able to use the university to help us do applied work, one in capacity building, but also do applied research, which is relevant whenever we are doing our work in project appraisal, but also in approval of projects. Allow me just show you that as a result of all that work for the last 9 or so years, we've been ranked this way. The deep blue, Mr. Minister, is Uganda. You are Uganda. Now the light blue is the least developed countries. And then that is the orange is the rest of Africa. Now when IMF assessed us under PIMA, PIMA is Public Investment Management Assessment, they found that in institutional design, we are better than many of our competitors. This is across Africa and the least developed countries. That's why you see the deep blue is dominant, is taller across the board, except on 2 areas, Mr. Minister. We do not maintain our assets. We leave them to decay. We build assets, roads, buildings. Now this is a nice building, Mr. VC. We shall come back 2 years and we see. That is what this assessment was telling us. It will be better. Okay, fine. But we don't maintain our buildings, dams, and all that. Another area where we are not doing well is we don't supervise. It's up there, monitoring of public assets. We do not supervise our investments. And because of lack of supervision, they stall. Projects take longer, and that creates time overruns, cost overruns, and the quality of work. This is what it is, this assessment brought out. Now, in terms of effectiveness, we are saying, yes, you are doing well, institutions are in place and everything, but you are not very effective. However, the study indicated that we are lower than design in effectiveness. We have everything good on paper, and policies and all that, but when in effectiveness, we are lower in areas, but better in others, but in others we are even worse. So the heat map, this is called the heat map. It shrinks, it goes, it becomes much shorter. Areas where we are stronger again, areas of planning and appraisal, as you can see, that red, funding our investments. But in terms of multi-year budgeting, we only focus on we focus on lunch, but we don't focus on supper. That's what in simple terms. We only focus on a given financial year, especially for multi-year projects. And because of that, we are having overcommitment of our budget. We are overcommitted, but the amount of money we can afford for public investments in a multi-year fashion is still a challenge. We are also again doing badly in maintenance. The rest are the same. These are areas we are trying to fix. But also, as I conclude, there are many emerging areas which are coming up, issues to do with climate change. We have to move beyond climate mitigation to resilience. Climate change has happened. It will live with us. Maybe professors here, especially Nawangwe and the rest, can explain it better. From their discipline, we now must have infrastructure, we must have assets that are climate change resilient. They can withstand the impacts of climate change variations. Gender and equity considerations in public investment. We have issues to do with the unbalanced development budget. Professor Nawangwe did mention it. We've been focusing on infrastructure projects, roads, dams, but now we have to go into soft projects as well. Science and technology, the services sector, which drive innovation, improve efficiency, and enhance the long-term sustainability of our investments. The issue of budget overcommitment I've indicated, and it's a critical concern, especially ongoing projects which require significant resources to complete, and yet, of course, as you know, we are impatient because our infrastructure gap is still huge to add on new projects. We must complete our projects first before we take on new projects if we are to improve our investments. Allow me to conclude. I will not, the rest I'll brief share on the next steps we want to do, but I conclude by extending my gratitude to all the participants and partners for your dedication and contribution to the PIMS conference. I encourage you to actively participate in the discussions, share your insights, and propose any solutions that we can take forward in the PIMS journey. The key expectation from this conference, Honorable Minister, is that we shall live with a shared commitment, strengthening our PM systems and ensuring that public investments drive Uganda's socio-economic transformation agenda as enshrined in the NDP 4 and the 10-fold growth strategy. With those remarks about our journey and what we've been able to accomplish, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, invite the PSST to make his remarks, and later on invite the minister to officially open our conference. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister, the thing is very, they made it for some people. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, my colleague, the Permanent Secretary, Professor, no, it's okay. I'm a teacher, I will try to be louder. Professor Glenn, our various representatives of government MDAs, including the CEOs of some of our key agencies, our partners in development, the professors here, my teachers, I've seen a number of them. Whenever I come to Makerere, I'm home. I'm very happy to be here. All of you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by
congratulating Professor Nawangwe and your team at Makerere for transforming Makerere. Physically and academically, whenever I come, there is something new. I was surprised by this one now. I didn't know this building, and yet I was here a few months ago. But when I came, I had to ask Ashava for a GPS to get here. So congratulations on the work you are doing. Honorable Minister, this effort by Makerere University to work with us and ensure that the projects we invest in are worthwhile from the broader point of view of their contribution to society's welfare is a very wonderful effort that this government has done. I'm really so delighted with my team led by Hannington Ashaba, working with the professors here to domesticate this capability of separating good projects from bad ones. It's a very, very critical achievement. We may have the money to invest as government, even as private sector, but we must ensure that these projects we invest in are not only financially viable, but also they are worthwhile. They are going to enhance the welfare of Ugandans. In the years gone by, we used to be mainly interested in, do we have the money? Start. Uganda build that, Uganda start this program, and so on. But in a few decades ago, that gentleman on your right-hand side there, with some others, these are pioneers of economic investment appraisal. I was delighted yesterday to meet him for the first time in life. I've been reading his works and using them in my yesteryears as a teacher of economic investment appraisal. So I'm so happy that Professor Glenn is here and is going to give us a few ideas on how we could actualize this effort going forward. So, Honorable Minister, therefore, I want to really thank very much those who have put together this conference, but in a special way welcome the keynote speaker, Professor Glenn, as I've told you, and he has been instrumental also in forming our PM landscape here in Uganda. We have worked with him and his colleagues at Queen's University to build the capacity of Ugandans in public investment management and in setting up some of the systems, as already Hannington has informed us. There's no doubt that, Prof, you are the right person to give us this keynote address on our current status and also where we want to go. The journey has been summarized, but I want to say that there are some notable changes we have seen ever since in those 9 years. Apart from establishing the Department of Hannington, we have also developed standardized national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to support economic appraisal of investments. We have been able to develop and disseminate guidelines, as they have told you, which guide the entire government on how to do this. We have been able to strengthen the composition of the development committee that Joseph Enyim and his people are helping me with, and also revised the guidelines for that committee, which are very, very critical, because without these tools, these instruments, there's no way you can improve all that we are talking about. But most importantly, Honorable Minister, we've developed the integrated bank of projects, systems where we can now have a central repository of all the project information to enhance transparency. In addition to these reforms, government has supported the sustainability of the PIM Center of Excellence here at Makerere when the development partner grant ended in 2021. The development partner is here. If you, it's good for you, you can come back and support, but as well, government of Uganda has shown the significance of this, and since 2022, Honorable Minister, you've been able to fund the PIM Center of Excellence to create this critical mass of experts we are trying to develop across the entire project cycle. Our objective is to ensure that the center has built capacity to undertake a research that will inform policy change in PIM. Government has also offered seed financing to the project preparation facility, which we have housed under the National Planning Authority. This is money, Honorable Minister, we've put in place to help us study projects. And they be ready, such that by the time the development partners or investors come in, we can tell them with confidence that this is a good project, and we don't waste time and resources. The impact of these reforms are already evident in the improved quality of projects submitted by the ministries, departments, agencies, and local governments to the Development Committee, which is the independent reviewer and also the gatekeeper for appraisal and admission of projects into the PIP. As a result, the percentage of projects that are underpinned by a cost-benefit analysis out of the total entering the PIP has increased from 10%, only 10% of the projects were studied in 2015, now to over 80% of the projects. In addition, the efficiency gap measured by access to public services and economic infrastructure has narrowed to from 33 to 18%, thereby increasing our firm conviction that more PIM reforms will yield more dividends. Notwithstanding this, we still require improvement to enable us realize optimal returns from the public investment. And here we have a few challenges, especially in execution. Honorable Minister, as Huntington has told you, at first we concentrated on assessing the projects as they enter, appraise them, entry. But now, fine, the project is good. It has been, it has ticked all the boxes, but now execution, implementation, we have a challenge there. And this is where I call upon all of those who are now in this process of getting now solutions on how best we should improve here. My minister told me recently to get whom he calls a Nyampara. For Professor Glenn, a Nyampara is like someone who's supposed to carry out a day-to-day follow-up of the activities in detail to ensure that they are being adhered to these various analyses which have been done according to the guidelines. We have Honorable Minister recruited that Nyampala in the Ministry of Finance, who's going to help us to have that eye on every detail of a project to bridge this gap in execution. The rest, I think, already evidence has been shown on the diagram there where we have weaknesses. Those are the areas we are going to work on. Honorable Minister, this conference therefore provides a good platform for all of the stakeholders, and I see them in the room from all walks of life, but particularly our partners in academia, to forge a way forward, to advise us on the best way we could improve project evaluation, appraisal, evaluation, implementation, execution, and then evaluation, re-evaluation, so that we, as I started, we separate bad projects from good ones, and we only do good ones. We shouldn't waste money. We don't have a lot of money, but even if we had a lot, it's not good to waste it. So we should be able now to do projects where we are sure of their results. And I'm happy, Honorable Minister, that government has really started to take very seriously the PIMS process. Right from His Excellency the President, yesterday I was in a meeting where we were discussing potential new projects, and it was kind of heartwarming to see leaders asking, has this project completed the PIMS? And I was like, wonderful. This is what we want to see. So I am really delighted that we have gone to this point where we could all be concerned and appreciate the significance of PIMS. With those words, Honorable Minister, I would like to invite you to come and address this conference and officially open it, and wish you all very good deliberations. Unfortunately, I will run away, Honorable Minister. I will not, I apologize, you know my problems. Thank you.
The Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, you would excuse me, I have a bit of a flu, so if I'm not fluent enough, you will understand why. Development partners, Professor Ghislaine Jenkins, I hope I pronounced it nicely. Representatives from various ministries, agencies, and departments, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I welcome you all to this very first public investment management conference hosted here in the distinguished halls of Makerere University. Today, we come together as key stakeholders with a shared objective to assess the current state of public investments and chart a course for the future which will drive economic growth, national development, and help us to grow our economy tenfold. In this journey, public investment is the backbone of our nation's development, essential for building the infrastructure, human capital, and institutions needed to elevate Uganda to the middle income status, which you all know. The target in the country's tenfold growth strategy is to expand the economy tenfold which implies growing the economy from a GDP of billion dollars in financial 22-23 to billions 500 billion within the next 15 years. Achieving this milestone requires precise planning, as my PS here was telling you, and implementation of investments, and focus approach addressing the pressing issues of unemployment. Let me repeat this. That problem of unemployment is a thorn in my flesh. Let me repeat. Achieving this milestone requires precise planning and implementation of investments, and a focused approach addressing the pressing issue of unemployment, particularly youth unemployment, by creating decent jobs. I will take an opportunity now to tell you, as Ugandans, the issue of unemployment of our youth coming from Makerere University and other high institution of learning is a real thorn in my flesh. If we do not move fast, the youth who are unemployed will overtake us. So everything possible to create jobs for these youth must be done. May I tell you, are you aware that these bodabodas, our young men, and now the ladies, I think, have decided not to participate in driving. I used to see two ladies. They are still there. Ah, many. There are 1 million, according to the statistics. But of those 1 million, 500,000 are university graduates. 500,000 professors. 500,000 of your products here and elsewhere. There are graduates. Now, I don't foresee that these 500 and as the years goes, they increase, they will be satisfied to be border riders. They also want a good job. They want to put also a necktie. They want to sleep in a good house. So, as we, their parents now, or grandparents, we must try to see, and not in the distant future, tomorrow, to create jobs for them. I hope you have understood that. Public investment must serve as a critical catalyst for job creation by prioritizing the expansion of vocational and technical training programs that collaborate closely within industries to ensure alignment with market demands. Furthermore, investments in infrastructure such as roads, energy, and digital connectivity can stimulate economic growth and attract private sector investment, leading to the creation of new jobs. Additionally, PIM should integrate with government-supported welfare programs such as the parish development model, EMIOGA, and small business recovery funds to enhance access to financing for entrepreneurship. Investing in technology and innovation can also open new avenues for employment in the digital economy, equipping Uganda's youth with the skills needed to thrive in an ever-changing landscape. We find ourselves in the midst of a rapidly evolving environment where increasing demands on public resources require us to rethink and innovate our public finance management strategy. To this end, government embarked on a fiscal consolidation strategy to restore fiscal discipline, reduce public debt, and enhance the efficiency of public spending. Fiscal consolidation does not mean reducing investment, but optimizing spending by targeting high-impact projects that contribute directly to the country's economic growth. Our public investment ought to be aligned to this strategy in direction. At the core of this information lies a robust public investment management system, key to unlocking the full value of our investments. An effective public investment management system must have the ability to deliver inclusive and sustainable socio-economic transformation within built resilience to cross-cutting issues of climate change and sustainable development goals. In this regard, we have introduced comprehensive reforms across the entire public investment management cycle, from project identification and design to implementation and evaluation, and to ensure that every project delivers maximum value to our citizens. The theme of this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, appropriately fits into the country's strategic direction. Therefore, this platform offers a unique opportunity to exchange ideas on how we can further enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of public spending. It is therefore imperative that we prioritize development of bankable projects that cover the whole country. We must make sure that all projects are studied to ensure that every shilling delivers meaningful and measurable returns. Targeting and improving the quality of life for all Ugandans. This conference, therefore, is timely as we embark on the next phase of our national planning framework, the National Development Plan #4, and the budget process for the next financial year. Hence, I encourage each of you to actively engage in the discussions, share your insights, and contribute to solutions that will translate into concrete, actionable outcomes that will inform our development agenda. Together, we can ensure that our investment strategies are aligned with the long-term vision for our nation's growth and prosperity. So, I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Makerere University, You know, the professor, you heard what he said. Me, I did not come to Makerere. I went to Nairobi. But you know, that was still the same university. You young people, you don't know these things. Makerere, Nairobi, Dar es Salaam was called the East African University. These were simply branches. But I applied for Makerere, but the problem that my course was not here. I had to go, I went to become a Musuguzi. I want to do commerce. I contemplated of becoming a teacher. But there was one friend of mine who said, teaching. No, I think you go, if you want to make money quickly and get a job quickly, let's go to Nairobi and do commerce. Now at that time, Makerere was being branded as an ivory tower. Those of you who are older now, I'm sure you have heard it. Professor, you have heard ivory tower. People were misrepresenting what you are doing here. They thought you get, you study, you get your degree, you don't care. Now, this time, I ask you really to sing it rightly. Makerere, I must really congratulate you for producing people who are going to build this country. So, I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Makerere University for hosting this important conference, and to all our partners for their unwavering support in advancing Uganda's development agenda. I eagerly look forward to the insights and innovations that will emerge from our collective efforts, and I'm confident that together we will lay the foundation for a more prosperous and sustainable future for this country. Now I stop my Rugambo. I now officially declare the first Public Investment Management Conference 2024 open. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable, we request for a moment of your time, if you could just stay on stage. We have an awarding ceremony. We have students who have been undertaking the program on investment appraisal and risk analysis. And I request all of you to come forward quickly, including your teachers. I also request Professor Glenn and the Vice Chancellor to come forward as well. Up would be okay for a better picture. People quickly come, step forward if you know you've completed the financial module. And as they come, I request the people taking the pictures to take that picture. It is one of the pictures we need. I also request Commissioner Shaba Hannington to step forward, Professor Edward Bale, all the teachers who have been part of the team. The tall ones in front and the very tall ones behind them. I don't want to say short. The tall ones in front and the very tall behind. I was reminded that we shouldn't say short. So because you're many, we shall only award certificates to 2 people who will represent all of you. And the first one being, I need to be on stage. Dr. John Bale Mayanja from the Makerere University School of Economics, and also Miss Ninsima Prima from the Equal Opportunities Commission. Do not worry, all of you have your certificates here, but because of time, these will represent you. That is Dr. John Bale from Makerere University, and that is Miss Prima Ninsima from the Equal Opportunities Commission. Thank you very much. The teachers can remain behind, and then the students can go away. Thank you, thank you. All your certificates are here. Do not worry. So we now have a picture moment with the teachers or the tutors to make it sound better. Joseph Ahaisibwe and Huntington, yes. Belinda. Belinda, quickly. Philippa Bisamaza. To ensure some gender balance. And as the beautiful lady takes to the floor, take that picture. Thank you. I now request all heads of institutions, commissioners in government, only up to commissioner level, and heads of institutions, heads of departments, please step forward for another picture moment. Commissioner, you can stay. You're one of them. Professor Glenn, kindly stay as well. Permanent secretaries. The wonderful lady from the World Bank, please join as well. Thank you. The advisor to the budget, please, quickly, sir. The rest of us, we have some time to be there. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, thank you for your time. Yes, we are very humbled by your presence. We know you have a lot of engagements waiting for you. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the first session. We are going to break for coffee and also have a tour of the exhibition area. So we are giving 1 hour to this session. Have coffee, visit the exhibition area, and then let's return for the keynote speech by Professor Glenn. Thank you very much. You have been good listeners, and please don't go away. We still have a lot in stock for you. Thank you. DJ, play some.
delivery of key public services, infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIMA assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure, establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in preparation of studies, project facilitation fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed, development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency, among others. This is all aimed at building the critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed their appraisal process compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all PIM players to contribute to the next reforms that align with the 10-fold growth strategy, whose focus is the ATMs. That is to say, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development including oil and gas, science, technology and innovation including ICT as the main anchors of growth. Furthermore, government is committed to ensuring that all its investments are climate smart by utilizing the climate and disaster risk screening tool. The conference is timely with the transition to the 4th National Development Plan to ensure that PIM yields high returns for every shilling invested. Join the conversation as we transform and set new standards for PIM in the country. Welcome to the first Public Investment Management Conference in Uganda. #FirstPIM Conference. Public investments support the delivery of key public services and infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIMA assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, Development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure. Establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in preparation of studies. Project Facilitation Fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed. Development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency, among others. This is all aimed at building a critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed their appraisal process compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all. Welcome to the first Public Investment Management Conference in Uganda. #FirstPIM Conference. Public investments support the delivery of key public services and infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIM assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design, due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure, establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in preparation of studies, Project Facilitation Fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed, development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency, among others. This is all aimed at building a critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed their appraisal process compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all PIM players to contribute to the next reforms that align with the 10-fold growth strategy, whose focus is the ATMs. That is to say, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development including oil and gas, science, technology and innovation including ICT as the main anchors of growth. Furthermore, government is committed to ensuring that all its investments are climate smart by utilizing the climate and disaster risk screening tool. The conference is timely with the transition to the 4th National Development Plan to ensure that PIM yields high returns for every shilling invested. Join the conversation as we transform and set new standards for PIM in the country. Welcome to the first Public Investment Management Conference in Uganda. First PIM Conference. Public investments support the delivery of key public services and infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIM assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design, due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure, establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed, development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency, among others. This is all aimed at building a critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed their appraisal process compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all PIM players to contribute to the next reforms that align with the 10-fold growth strategy, whose focus is the ATMs. That is to say, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development including oil and gas, science, technology and innovation including ICT as the main anchors of growth. Furthermore, government is committed to ensuring that all its investments are climate smart by utilizing the climate and disaster risk screening tool. The conference is timely with the transition to the 4th National Development Plan to ensure that PIM yields high returns for every shilling invested. Join the conversation as we transform and set new standards for PIM in the country. Welcome to the first Public Investment Management Conference in Uganda. First PIM Conference. Public investments support the delivery of key public services and infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIM assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design, due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure, establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in preparation of studies, Project Facilitation Fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed, development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency, among others. This is all aimed at building the critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed the appraisal process compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all PIM players to contribute to the next reforms that align with the 10-fold growth strategy, whose focus is the ATMs. That is to say, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development including oil and gas, science, technology and innovation, including ICT as the main anchors of growth. Furthermore, government is committed to ensuring that all its investments are climate smart by utilizing the climate and disaster risk screening tool. The conference is timely with the transition to the 4th National Development Plan to ensure that PIM yields high returns for every shilling invested. Join the conversation as we transform and set new standards for PIM in the country. Welcome to the first Public Investment Management Conference in Uganda. #FirstPIM Conference. Public investments support the delivery of key public services and infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIM assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design, due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure, establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in preparation of studies, Project Facilitation Fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed, development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency among others. This is all aimed at building a critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed their appraisal process compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all PIM players to contribute to the next reforms that align with the 10-fold growth strategy, whose focus is the ATMs. That is to say, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development including oil and gas, science, technology and innovation, including ICT as the main anchors of growth. Furthermore, government is committed to ensuring that all its investments are climate smart by utilizing the climate and disaster risk screening tool. The conference is timely with the transition to the 4th National Development Plan to ensure that PIM yields high returns for every shilling invested. Join the conversation as we transform and set new standards for PIM in the country. Welcome to the first Public Investment Management Conference in Uganda. #First PIM Conference. Public investments support the delivery of key public services and infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIM assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design, due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure, establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in preparation of studies, Project Facilitation Fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed, development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency among others. This is all aimed at building a critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed their appraisal process compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all PIM players to contribute to the next reforms that align with the 10-fold growth strategy, whose focus is the ATMs. That is to say, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development including oil and gas, science, technology and innovation including ICT as the main anchors of growth. Furthermore, government is committed to ensuring that all its investments are climate smart by utilizing the climate and disaster risk screening tool. The conference is timely with the transition to the 4th National Development Plan to ensure that PIM yields high returns for every shilling invested. Join the conversation as we transform and set new standards for PIM in the country. Welcome to the first Public Investment Management Conference in Uganda. #First PIM Conference. Public investments support the delivery of key public services and infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIM assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design, due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure, establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in preparation of studies, project facilitation fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed, development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency, among others. This is all aimed at building the critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed their appraisal process compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all PIM players to contribute to the next reforms that align with the 10-fold growth strategy, whose focus is the ATMs. That is to say, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development including oil and gas, science, technology and innovation including ICT as the main anchors of growth. Furthermore, government is committed to ensuring that all its investments are climate smart by utilizing the climate and disaster risk screening tool. The conference is timely with the transition to the 4th National Development Plan to ensure that PIM yields high returns for every shilling invested. Join the conversation as we transform and set new standards for PIM in the country. Welcome to the first Public Investment Management Conference in Uganda. #First PIM Conference. Public investments support the delivery of key public services and infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIM assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design, due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure, establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in preparation of studies, Project Facilitation Fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed, development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency, among others. This is all aimed at building a critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed their appraisal process compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all PIM players to contribute to the next reforms that align with the 10-fold growth strategy, whose focus is the ATMs. That is to say, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development including oil and gas, science, technology and innovation, including ICT as the main anchors of growth. Furthermore, government is committed to ensuring that all its investments are climate smart by utilizing the climate and disaster risk screening tool. The conference is timely with the transition to the 4th National Development Plan to ensure that PIM yields high returns for every shilling invested. Join the conversation as we transform and set new standards for PIM in the country. Welcome to the first Public Investment Management Conference in Uganda. #FirstPIM Conference. Public investments support the delivery of key public services and infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIM assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design, due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure, establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in preparation of studies, Project Facilitation Fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed, development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency among others. This is all aimed at building a critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed their appraisal process compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all PIM players to contribute to the next reforms that align with the 10-fold growth strategy, whose focus is the ATMs. That is to say, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development including oil and gas, science, technology and innovation including ICT as the main anchors of growth. Furthermore, government is committed to ensuring that all its investments are climate smart by utilizing the climate and disaster risk screening tool. The conference is timely with the transition to the 4th National Development Plan to ensure that PIM yields high returns for every shilling invested. Join the conversation as we transform and set new standards for PIM in the country. Welcome to the first Public Investment Management Conference in Uganda. #FirstPIM Conference. Public investments support the delivery of key public services and infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIM assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design, due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure, establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in preparation of studies, project facilitation fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed, development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency among others. This is all aimed at building a critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed their appraisal process compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all PIM players to contribute to the next reforms that align with the tenfold growth strategy, whose focus is the ATMs. That is to say, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development including oil and gas, science, technology and innovation including ICT as the main anchors of growth. Furthermore, government is committed to ensuring that all its investments are climate smart by utilizing the climate and disaster risk screening tool. The conference is timely with the transition to the 4th National Development Plan to ensure that PIM yields high returns for every shilling invested. Join the conversation as we transform and set new standards for PIM in the country. Welcome to the first Public Investment Management Conference in Uganda. #First PIM Conference. Public investments support the delivery of key public services and infrastructure that connects citizens and firms to economic development, whose exploitation serves as an important catalyst for economic growth. The PIM assessment undertaken by IMF in 2022 ranked Uganda ahead of its comparators in public investment management systems regarding institutional design, due to a number of reforms undertaken by government in the past 8 years, such as establishment of a dedicated department mandated as the Technical Secretariat of the Development Committee, revision of the Development Committee guidelines, development of the Public Investment Management Manual for project preparation and appraisal, development and implementation of the Integrated Bank of Projects (IBP) to act as an online central repository of information on all projects from inception to closure, establishment of a web-based database of national parameters and commodity-specific conversion factors to aid in preparation of studies, project facilitation fund to aid in ensuring bankable projects are developed, development of the framework for tracking implementation and performance of public investments, among others. Key to strengthening PIM was the operationalization of the PIM Center of Excellence in 2020. To date, the center has undertaken capacity building of 119 officers in basic PIM and 190 officers in investment appraisal and risk analysis across government. The center has also undertaken research in monitoring and evaluation of projects, PIM efficiency, among others. This is all aimed at building the critical mass of PIM experts. Following these reforms, the quality projects developed by MDAs has improved, as well as institutional ownership and coordination during project execution. Hence, 67% of projects in the financial year 2023-2024 completed their appraisal process compared to 15% in the financial year 2018-2019. A good PRIM system guarantees efficient and effective management of public resources, which in turn ensures that projects are delivered on time, on budget, and in line with the required specification. The theme for this year's conference, Navigating the Landscape of Public Investment Management in Uganda, Current Realities and Future Outlook, sets out an opportunity for all PIM players to contribute to the next reforms that align with the tenfold growth strategy, whose focus is the ATMs. That is to say, agro-industrialization, tourism development, mineral development.
Good afternoon. I think we are going to begin the next session. Let members take their seats and we begin the next session. I'm hoping you enjoyed the healthy break and you also got an opportunity to visit the different centers at the exhibition. You're able to see the different projects that government is investing resources in and the future that there is in. At this moment, we are going to do a small, we're going to get your ideas. Most of you know that globally everyone is using artificial intelligence, and most CEOs believe that artificial intelligence will be significantly important. Can I have the technical team? Artificial intelligence will be significantly important and will have impact in businesses for the next 5 years. So we are going to get your feedback and we'll be in a position to register your comments or the things that you think that public investments should improve. Most of you have not had an opportunity to say something here, but by use of computer and softwares, we are able to pick up your brain on this. So I'm going to request you to join the menti.com, get out your phone and scan the code or enter the code. This is an interactive session, so you are now not a participant, you are also a stakeholder in this. So can you get out your phone and scan the QR code, or go to www.menti.com and enter the following code, 1934 638. Are you there? If you're there, you say yeah. Or you say the Makerere people, how do they say Z? Okay. If you're there, you say Z. Z, okay. So how many people are not yet there? Or you scan the QR code. Are you there on menti.com? So the questions have begun. What is the critical factor to ensure project success? So you click on 2-1. I don't see anyone clicking. We're around 20, 40 people here. I go back. Okay, how to join? Slowly by slowly. You can scan the QR code, or you can go to www.menti.com and you enter the QR code 1930. I only have 7 people who have entered this code. I am not shifting. You are in between the Keynote address. At least when I see 40 people, I will be very happy to continue. We are still at 8, 9. Public service needs to embrace technology. So we are beginning with that. If you need some assistance, Michael MC Jason is here to assist you. Just raise up your hand if you have failed to get onto menti.com. Anyone need some assistance? Because we only have 15 people. In this room, I'm seeing around 40 people. If you need assistance, just raise your hand. Michael MC Jason will come to you. 23, 24, yeah, we are getting there. We are getting there. 40 and I begin. So tell your neighbor, are you at menti.com? Ask your neighbor. You guys are not talking to each other. Ask your neighbor, am I at menti.com? Or am I going to remain in the generation where these things will bypass us? I've gotten a thumbs up from Commissioner Pap. I'm waiting for Professor Hisali's thumbs up and also EDNPA. I'm not seeing that thumbs up. Dr. Mukisa, I'm not seeing your thumbs up. It's not coming through. Yeah. Yeah, we are almost there. Yeah, cool. I have seen. Okay, so get that code, take a picture of it so that you can have it, so that in case you get lost, you can actually do it by yourself. Take a picture so that you keep the code with you, or write the code down and go to www.menti.com. So that when we start, you can actually join us, even if you're late. Okay, so, okay, 9 more people to go to 69. I think we can make it. Tell your neighbor, 1 more, 7 more, 5 more, 4 more. Just stop your neighbor, like you're in between us and the next thing. Okay, 3 more, 2 more, 60. Yeah. No, 60. Cool. All right. So, what is the critical factor to ensuring project success? I think most people are pointing out on availability of funds. So when this question comes to you, you just click what you think is the most important. I see availability of robust monitoring framework is moving up, but availability of funds is still taking the highest space within, and I think the Treasury should be aware of this. Well, capacity of the projects for managers and project team has actually replaced monitoring and robust framework. Okay, let's go. Wow, you guys are voting, and you're voting. I hope the voting is very, very informed and researched. This is good. So it looks like availability of funds has remained as the toughest challenge or critical factor to ensuring project success. Practitioners of project management might think otherwise, but the people in this room are saying it's availability of funds, and everyone's view matters and it's valid. Yeah, everyone's view is valid and it matters. So far there are 12 people who have voted, who were 60, so we need to pull up that to around 60 people. Can you log in and vote? Project structuring also matters. Someone else is saying no. I think there's another issue of project structuring that is affecting availability of funds. Is still taking up the lead. Can we pull this to at least 30 people from 15 that there is? Okay, so there's a cocktail of things needed to ensure project management. Someone is saying as much as we need funds, there's a cocktail of things that we require to actually ensure success of a project. Okay, I'm waiting for 3 more people and we move to the next question as we gear up to the keynote address. I'll give benefit for the people who have just come in to go back to the login page so that they can be able to scan the QR code. The people who have just come in, kindly log in, scan the QR code and we log in here, or use www.menti.com. You know, the advisor budget is very important, so I'll wait for him. When he gives me a thumbs up, I'll go. So director budget, you are the benchmark for the people who have just come in. When he's there, we are good to go. So someone is saying, whereas the funds may be available, if implemented wrongly, then the project will not be successful. That's a good observation as well. So they're saying yes, whereas most of us are saying funds, but other people are saying there are other things that support that. Director budgets, advisor budget, are you there? You're on menti.com? Have you voted? this is an era where if you don't have a smartphone, it's going to be difficult. So, and some people also who have smartphones but don't have internet, that's another challenge also. You might have the smartphone but you don't have internet. Let's go ahead to the, oh, someone says without capable implementers, funds will be misused. That's also a good point and good feedback for the team that's taking taking the notes. The capacity of project manager is artificial for Uganda. Oh, God. All right. Okay, let's go to the next, one more vote, then I go to the next session. All right, so the next question is which of the following project management tools are most familiar with you? So you can choose multiple tools. So this, you know, the theme of the conference is navigating the landscape of public investment management in Uganda, current realities and future outlooks. So we are moving forward to improve our project management, as the previous speakers said. So it means we are going to be using a lot of those tools in project management. So we are asking you, which of these tools have you seen before, or do you know, or have you worked with? I see most people have worked with the Gantt charts, and then the next one is Microsoft Project. I think Jira and Kanban board. We actually have a Kanban board outside, so I think people should be able to see it when they're going out and use it before they leave. And Trello, no, oh my God. Yeah, Gantt chart is taking the lead. It's surprising that most people have not worked with the work breakdown structure. It's very essential for scheduling, but yeah, I think Gantt charts is the most common. So Commissioner Pap, as you're undertaking the reforms, I think you realize that most people prefer using the Gantt chart to other things. So maybe the reforms should be geared to something that is more familiar, or you can school us and teach us something new, such as a Kanban board or something else. Let's go to the last question for this session. I'll give again a benefit of doubt for people who have just come in, so that they don't look at their neighbor and they feel like they're in another era and they are in another era. Kindly scan that QR code or go to www.menti.com. Write down this code, 19 34 63 and 8, and join this conversation. So from the previous questions, I think we have seen that availability of funds from this room takes up the highest case. Then capacity of project managers and project teams actually replace the monitoring framework. Then we have coordination of implementing entities, and then availability of a robust monitoring framework. And the next one, I think we are all familiar with the Gantt charts, and then we do not know the Kanban board or the Trello board. So the last question is, according to you, which strategies can government put in place to improve O&M of public assets? So this is a carefree question. You can write us what you think, and then we get to implement those things. As you are aware from the presentation, we realize that we are not maintaining our assets properly. So we are saying which strategies can we put in place so that we can be able to manage our public assets. We have capacity building, we have monitoring tools, we have O&M funds, budget for it accordingly during the planning process. Can we have at least 15 responses and we are good to go? So we are saying right people in the right places and roles, integrity, building internal controls that are economic, M&E and the asset management register, active asset register, institutionalizing maintenance, that's a good point. Wow, we have various responses in there. If you don't see your response, or if I don't read your response, just tell me, Z Gertrude, I want you to read my response. So, continuous review, dealing with corruption, integrity still comes up very highly, realistic costing and accountability. Okay, thank you very much for your feedback, and I will invite Jason to take us through the next session.
Thank you very much. Another big hand clap for her. I noticed some of you did not know how to scan the code. They were using cam scanner instead of your camera. So the next time this comes up again, just use your phone camera. And then you click on the notification that pops up. To use this because this here I bend a lot. So anyway, so the next person I'm going to invite is the director of the program on investment appraisal and risk analysis and a professor of economics at the Queen's University, Canada. He's also an Institute Fellow Emeritus of Harvard University and is the president of Cambridge Resources International. In 1985, he founded the program on investment appraisal and management at the Harvard Institute for International Development and was its director from 1985 to 2000. He specializes in the fields of public finance, investment appraisal, and economic development. He's worked extensively on the appraisal and planning of major infrastructure investments around the world. He has published 16 books and over 100 articles in these subject fields. He's the former Assistant Deputy Minister of Tax Policy and Legislation in the Department of Finance for the Government of Canada and has served as a consultant to many governments and private agencies, as well as to international organizations such as the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Southern African Development Community, the Caribbean Development Bank, the Ford Foundation, and the North-South Institute. Wow. His educational background includes a Bachelor of Commerce in Economics from Carleton University, an MA in Economics from the University of Western Ontario, and both in an MA and PhD in Economics from the University of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Glenn Paul Jenkins. And Professor will be giving the keynote address.
Recognize the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Permanent Secretary of the Treasury, Vice Chancellor of Macquarie University, University Secretary of Macquarie University, Executive Director of National Planning, all the permanent secretaries present, all the heads of institutions and commissioners, and ladies and gentlemen and friends. This is a very special moment to be able to come and celebrate something which is really an important national advance. And perhaps you don't even realize how unique it is. But you are the PIM system which you initiated, I'm not quite sure it was 216 or 215, you know, has been leader in Africa. Well, that's not moving. I need some technical expertise. Moving here, you got to, okay. That's not okay. Okay, it's not moving up there. That's my problem. It's fine here. What did you do? You have been the leader in Africa to develop modern formal PIN system to produce approved projects that can be held for funding in an integrated bank of projects. And I want to tell you something that 20 years ago, we had a wonderful project in South Africa to do all sorts of, we wrote manuals, we actually published national parameters, but we were working with a group in one of the provinces, and we got absolutely zero in the national government, national treasury. It was very interesting, and everybody was, but at that time it wasn't the right time. But I believe it was a conference in Ghana, is that right? You went down and presented what you were planning to do and starting to do. And I think it wasn't, I'm sure it wasn't 2 months till I got a call from South Africa saying, can you come out and talk to us? And that, you know, they were very, very receptive, to say the least. The World Bank was very supportive as well. And I had lunch with my project man, my person who sponsored me 20 years before. We had lunch on the same day to celebrate, just the two of us. It took 20 years of gestation and they are not there. They've made big progress. They're not there yet in terms of having a functioning institutional system. They've got all good ideas and there's lots of people trained, but they don't have it fit in, you know, every time there's a budget, there's a, you know, pile up of projects. We have, in Canada, we have, you know, in the freeways in the wintertime, we have these pile-ups of everything just crashing and spinning around. And that's the way it sort of is today in South Africa. Everybody's trying to do an appraisal because they have to do an appraisal. They think they can do an appraisal in 3 days. But that's what a PIM system straightens out. Now, I'm not saying that South Africa hasn't come a long ways. They have. But also Ghana, Mozambique, Kenya, and Ethiopia are all at various stages really following your lead. And I think we have to realize that a modern PIM system is much more than just investment appraisal. I've been in investment appraisal so many years, and you know, outside of maybe Canada, certainly Malaysia, where I was involved, a lot of times you train a lot of people in appraisal, and they say, well, why are we doing this? The project's approved before we do the appraisal. And so the issue is that it has to become a system for decision-making that looks at sort of multiple criteria, financial, economic, and social criteria. And what the issue, the stakeholder analysis is really what we call the social appraisal. In other words, who wins and who loses. Suddenly, there used to be this tremendous debate in the development literature about, you know, poverty alleviation. It's critically important. But how are you going to know if your project is going to alleviate poverty unless you know what are the stakeholders who get benefits? And the thing is that I think over the years, the profession has worked out a way in which if you do the financial right, you do the economics right, then you get the stakeholders. And if the stakeholders don't make any sense, that means you've done your work, you've made a mistake in the other two, okay? Usually the economics. So I just want to first congratulate you for really being a leader on this. Now, we've talked about the key components here, and I'll just go through it very quickly. The key aspect is this state-by-state decision-making. That's what I was referring to, but they don't have that in South Africa at the moment. In most countries, they don't have that. And you have a development committee, you have a senior group of people that look at these stages. Another critical thing, which wasn't possible 20 years ago, well, I'm wrong, because Chile had it. Chile, they recognized the importance of having an IT system, not to lose information. Because even if a project is not a good project today, it may be in the future. And you don't want to lose your data. You don't want to be, you know, you want to understand why that project maybe wasn't good in a particular period, but very good later on. I have an interesting story. I was in, one of the times I was in the government anyway, they were planning, they decided that the way to solve, or the way to build a link in between French Canada and English Canada was to build the Mirabel Airport exactly halfway in between Montreal and Ottawa. It made no sense. And you think those separatists were going to build a nice road from Montreal to into the bush? At the time there was a separatist government in Quebec. And we pleaded. I was there. I mean, with actually Jean Chrétien was at that time, I believe, either head of the Treasury Board or Minister of Finance, or Ministry of Transport. But they had sold them. Somebody talked about, you know, links and all this stuff. Well, they built it. And nobody came. People flew from Montreal to Toronto and then rather than drive. And it basically collected pigeons for about 20 years. And finally, Jean Chrétien became prime minister, and he closed it down. I have got a lot of admiration, because you know he closed it down. That was just a terrible mistake. I was responsible for it. Now I'm responsible for closing it. Now, what's very interesting, this has got to be 30 years later that I see the transportation planning in Quebec saying, you know, we're jam-packed with the Trudeau Airport. We need to go back and open up Mirabel. Interesting. I mean, I was just around the government a few weeks ago, and I said, well, you think twice before you open it. Make sure you got. Now they're doing, you know, now they're onto it. So, in fact, Montreal was going to need a second airport, but they built it 30 years too soon. So one has to think about, especially in a rapidly developing country, don't throw away any data. And when you recognize that something is not a good project now, you may, you know, you're talking about a transportation project, it's a lot easier to turn it down by saying, look, at good project, but not the right time. And keep it in the back of the portfolio. So that's really one of the things I wanted to make. Now the issue is that one of the things that came out of our our South African project was this issue of you can teach people, and we trained all sorts of people, good people, in cost-benefit analysis. But then you ask them 2 months later to give you the economic price of steel, and they freeze. Because then they understand that there's a right way of doing it, and they've forgotten. So then they usually scramble around to find some World Bank project that has a shadow price of steel, or an economic price of steel. It may be wrong, it may be out of date, but they have a footnote, so they use it. So what, at that time, after sort of, we were kind of licking our wounds after the South African project, and we said, you know, what can we do to make this whole thing easier, that we can, governments can put up on the web a set of estimates, and they're transparent. So the academics can punch at it, and they can correct it, and people can write theses. And so we first started out with the CD. That didn't work either. Because CDs aren't usually in the hands of the people who need to use them. So it turns out that that doing this and putting it on the web was very important, have these commodity-specific conversion factors. Now, what is really important coming down the road is that you can keep augmenting that database. When we're getting now in the issue of carbon taxes, and you realize that Europe is going to tax you if you don't tax. So you're just going to lose money if you don't, in fact, have carbon taxes on the exports, on the items you export. The fact is that you can have carbon coefficients on every one of those items. So that when you do your investment appraisal, you can end up knowing how much carbon is created by every ton of steel you produce, or every ton of kilo of coffee, okay? And it's going to just come right out of that same bank of information that governments can provide, and governments can verify it. So people will use it because it's, you know, it's verified. And that's going to be very important. So we talk about these 5,000 conversion factors. It's more than that. It's an information bank that's going to help you. So, and I think another really important issue, which I think is critical, is that you've set up this institution, the PIM Center of Excellence at Macquarie University. You see, investment appraisal is reforming, I'd say, the expenditure system is very different than reforming the tax system or reforming the trade system. You can reform the tax system if you have a half a dozen good people and a minister of finance that wants to do something. Well, you go and you change the laws. And then you got the tax administration that's going to implement it. The same with trade reform. I mean, you know, these are never easy political decisions, but a few people, once you do it, it's kind of done. That's not the role when it comes to the government expenditure side. Every project's coming up, there's no such thing as that water projects are all good, or electricity projects are all good, or hotel projects are all good. The issue is there are good and bad projects in every sector. And we have to have a system, an intellectual system, to allow us to sort them out. And that's what, it's important that you have a machine, an intellectual factory going. Because let me tell you, if people get good investment appraisal, they get promoted. And the private sector is hungry to grab people. I was simply amazed. We did a whole bunch of training for the Bank of Industry in Nigeria a while ago. Good people. And I was told that half of them now are either in Canada, Australia, or the United States. Because good investment appraisal talent in banks are in demand. So what's really important there is to have a system where institutionally you have a university that is professionally committed to staying at the forefront of this area. And let me tell you, we just need more academics who decide that this is the discipline they want to work in. There's tremendous demand and very interesting problems. I mean, the whole climate change issue, the whole issue of how you evaluate social benefits, how you put value on things that are difficult to measure. I mean, that becomes a core problem if you're dealing with health problems in particular, or safety. How much safety do you have to build into your roads? There are methodologies to help people analyze that, and it's very good, respectable academic and publish its stuff, no problem. And people, you know, it's not that you're just having a significant article, but you're dealing with a significant variable in life, and people don't forget that. Now, I was struggling for years with, you know, training my heart out on investment appraisal, and then my big problem was, as I mentioned before, that a lot of it was going to waste. Intellectually interesting, but wasn't being implemented. These set of authors published 2 papers that really, and I'm so proud that Juan Minlay was my second last PhD at Harvard. and Rob Talercio, another senior person at the World Bank, I think he was the one that really started putting the fire under people on this issue. Can we look at it and see if there are some systematic characteristics that makes the public expenditure programs around the world work versus ones that don't work? And they look, you know, places like New Zealand, Canada, Chile, whatnot, and on, and they published these 2 papers. And basically, the key finding of the research, one of the key findings, is that it doesn't matter which government is organized, it doesn't matter which institution is given the job to police it, but there are 8 must factors to having an efficient PIM system. And if you look through it, you see here, you're doing a pretty good job on setting out strategic guidance. The formal appraisal is coming along very nicely here in Uganda. You have an appraisal review. You have the ministry set up to do a review of the appraisals that are done. It can be improved. It will be improved if you keep at it. Then there's the selection and budgeting. That's probably a little rough around the edges still, but it'll get there. You're a long ways down the road from South Africa. I just went through a process there. So on that problem. Now, where we're hitting some rough water is implementation. We can also look at project adjustment. I want to talk a little bit about that too. Uganda has, I'd say, made tremendous progress on the first 5 of these elements. And the immediate challenge is project implementation. Projects are not getting completed at time. There are time overruns and cost overruns. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. When we started the program at Harvard in 1985, I was very well aware of the terrible problem of project implementation, project management. So we put PIAM. That was the Program on Investment Appraisal and Management. And I broke my heart trying to find somebody that could teach the management. Because the audience of international students, international professionals, they had far more scars on them than the teachers. I brought the World Bank people there. That didn't work. So then I got the best engineering firm of at that time, Metcalf Eddy International, that does work managing projects, great record all around the world at that time. I brought them. They were engineers, not lecturers, so they worked on their example of the project they were doing, and which was the water and sewage system in Alexandria, Egypt. My luck would be is that in my audience at Harvard was the member of parliament from Alexandria, Egypt, who had a PhD from the Sorbonne. And of course, every time they criticized Egypt, he went ballistic. And after a week, everybody else was very tired. So I said, forget about the M until I find somebody that could teach it. And I did. I have found somebody. Actually, a gentleman, civil engineer originally from Eritrea. But it took me years to find somebody who was practical. Practical. And, you know, could really teach people practical skills. And he was at Harvard or at Queens for a while, and then we're talking about getting it back on the rails again, because that issue of project implementation is really very important. And you might want to ask, you know, in the implementation, what's happening? Is it optimism about planning? In other words, you're planning something that only God can deliver on time. Or is it caused by obstacles in the system that can be removed? I think we have to figure that out. You know, no doubt staff training and project management is needed, but perhaps a more macro approach may also be required. I would encourage you to have a look at Malaysia's. They set up years ago, it must now be 60 years ago, the Implementation and Coordination Unit of the Prime Minister's Department. Now, if you notice, they like acronyms. The acronym's ICU. And boy, do they ICU. And you know, they have a computer system set up, and it doesn't seem to overburden the system, but they're tracking things practically in real time. And so that has been, I think, a big secret of success. I tell people, if you really want to get an education on project evaluation or project planning, I guess, evaluation, planning, monitoring, you go to Singapore for project evaluation, and you go to Malaysia for monitoring. So, and I imagine they have all kinds. I'm sure they have all. I didn't check on the web, but the last time I was there. Now, one of the interesting things is that all cost overruns aren't bad. The thing is, and there's a very old book that some of you, Albert Hirschman, who's been passed away, he was really the development philosopher of my generation. He wrote a famous book called Development Projects Observed. And basically what he was saying is that a lot of projects get started, they find out there's a problem, and the local folks, he's dealing with World Bank projects, the local folks take it over, and it comes out better than you could have imagined. So recently, a couple of years ago, we're actually part of the evaluation units at the World Bank evaluating renewables. They asked me to do a post-evaluation of 57 dams, going from 1970, I think 70 or 75 to 2015. 57 dams. And you see, there's some people out there saying, oh, everybody's a scoundrel, and they underestimate costs and overestimate benefits. Group at Oxford that make a living writing books on that. Albert Hirschman would say, that when you have an overrun in costs, you may have an overrun in benefits. The reason that you're adjusting the cost is because people see some low-lying fruit in the design of the project. A lot of these big projects aren't designed perfectly. You can't design them perfectly. Well, we did this analysis on our 57 dams. I was shocked. The increase in the net present value of the portfolio of the projects where the costs were higher, but the benefits were much higher, those benefits were 400% of the loss in net present value of those projects whose costs were higher than estimated before and whose benefits were less. So, you know, that was something, but you know, the thing is that a good monitoring system helps you pinpoint what the issues are. There are some cost overruns you want to, and that's where it really comes down to this project adjustment that we had up here a little bit before. Oh, did I do something wrong? I can't see that. Okay. In the project adjustment, where you're starting to you see some cost overruns, some time overruns, you want to get at that fast and find out what it is underlying it. It may be a gold mine or it may be a swamp. You've got to figure that out. That's what I think is, and that's, I mean, that was shocking. I mean, we did a whole bunch of work on these dams afterwards. We said, some people say, well, the planning folks say, well, you're underestimating costs, therefore you should increase your estimate of costs across the board. We found that if we increase the costs across the board at the evaluation stage, you would kill projects that turned out to be beneficial. You kill more of them than you kill the ones you're after. So this is a tough issue, but it tells you the importance of project monitoring and understanding your sector, what's going on with each of these projects. Legal foundation, I understand every country is different. And what you can do some places, you can't do other places. But I am absolutely sure that Chilean system would not have survived if they hadn't had it in law. Because then they've had every government from, you know, Pinochet's to right now the far left, and they all have maintained the system. Because when it comes, you know, there may be some political rhetoric, and one of the problems in Chile as well, I want to say, is that they focused only on the economic appraisal. And they didn't look at the stakeholders. And they got a lot of criticism because they were not thinking about poverty eradication and whatnot. And they superficially changed the name of the Ministry of Planning into the Ministry of Social Development. But they've had a hard time getting their economists and their consultants lined up to start really measuring the impact. And when people get lazy, then they usually talk about distributional weights. I say, wait a minute. If you have a project that's generating all kinds of social benefits, doubling the social benefits to the poor isn't going to make your decision go the wrong way. If you have a terrible project where on the stakeholder analysis you only got a small impact on the poor, multiplying that by 2 won't make any difference either. It's a bad project, it's a bad project. The projects of which distributional weights will have an impact are the marginal projects. Now, marginal projects have a 50% probability of failure. That's a statistic. You really want to bribe the policymakers to approve projects which are marginal, which otherwise wouldn't be approved, where the poor are going to be hurt 50% of the time. That doesn't seem to me to be good politics, good policy. What you have to know is you have to know what your project is going to do. Look at the stakeholders. Do the calculations. How much benefit is really going to this particular group or that particular group? The other sort of comment on this is that good economic policy is not something that every project benefits the poor and taxes the rich. Good economic policy is like putting a jigsaw puzzle together. You may have a beautiful jigsaw puzzle. You turn up any piece, they don't look so hot, right? But you know the shape. If you know the shape, then you can put it together and make economic policy. And you don't know the shape unless you do the stakeholder analysis. For about 7 years, our team and I, we did the appraisal of all the private sector projects in the African Development Bank. And I found that the directors of the bank, they just went like a magnet to look at that stakeholder impact. In fact, we got in business there because one of the, I think it was Norwegian, executive director asked the question of a big loan that was being given to Zambia for a mining project run by a Canadian company, actually. She said, I know that this is a good investment for the bank. We'll get our money back. We know that this is good for the Canadian company, but is it good for the people of Zambia? Now, the director, some of you probably know, he said, I don't know. If you give me the resources, I will promise you I will never come back here again without having a stakeholder analysis done. He had got some exposure to our stuff. And that's why, you know, we did over 200 and some projects with the bank, all private sector projects. Why? Private sector projects are even more important to do the stakeholder because you don't want to get ripped off, right? If you get ripped off, then the whole private sector division of the bank will get shaken up. And so the point is that, and also we kept a very sort of careful time menu. Every project, we counted the hours of people, whatnot. And the economic and stakeholder appraisal only added 9% to the overall evaluation of the project. And that's without using our data banks that you guys got. Of course, we were going back to the same countries quite a few times, so I can't say we started at zero all the time. But that gives you an idea that if you know what you're doing, then you're going to be in good shape. And you're on your way. And I think, I just want to make a mention, I think this is my last slide. No. In the Canadian system, it's a little bit different. I mean, Chile, you know, went all the way. We do it by regulations. And the usual way we do it, and it hasn't always been the same. It's changed over time. We first started with a very decentralized system, and it was too far too decentralized. Then we made it very centralized, so the Treasury Board basically works like your department here. I mean, everything had to be checked. But then the response of the bureaucracy was that they trained people like mad. So now, cost benefit is kind of part of everybody's armor in the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry, you know, of all the various, the Health Ministry. I couldn't believe it. These guys are doing. So now the Treasury has been able to back off a bit. They have full authority. So that's what I'm saying. Now the human capital development, we've talked a lot about that. And it's very important, but also I want to emphasize that you need to make the investment in the faculty. This is not a theoretical exercise. I mean, you don't ask somebody that graduates an engineer, go teach engineering. You know what I mean? There's a tremendous learner, or a doctor. As soon as they get the MB, you turn them out. You know, no, you put them in the hospital for several years doing internships to learn how to do it. And I would strongly emphasize that the people that you're developing to teach this material should do appraisals, publish it so to make sure it's top quality, and give incentives to do it, because they build up their capital stuff. And you know, it's hard to teach investment appraisal if you're just teaching out of the textbook. So, and in Chile they recognize that, you know, one of the great people in investment appraisal is Ernesto Fontaine. And he unfortunately passed away too young. But he, at the same time as this system was set up in Chile, they started, just like you're doing here, they started the Catholic University, started training people. And Ernesto and his people were, you know, by far the best all across Latin America in actually doing appraisal. The government actually gave them 5 large projects a year to appraise, usually the tough ones, which had that kept them sharp. That's all. I hope I got over my time.
Thank you very much, Professor Glenn, for the keynote. The keynote never gets questions, so those who want to have a question with Professor Glenn, he'll be here during the lunch session, and he'll also be here with us, so you can chat with him. We appreciate. Can we give a very big hand of applause? I could say the key takeaways will be to improve the implementation in Uganda, institute the PIM system into the legal framework, undertake stakeholder analysis that is non-biased towards the particular results, and then have human capital development. We definitely appreciate you have studied the Ugandan system and you're already looking up to the future, which is in line with the theme for today. I'll make 2 announcements before we go to the next session. We have parking permits. You know, the Makerere University invented a system where the private sector collects the tickets. So when you want to exit, you go to the registration table and they give you a parking permit, which you present at exit, so that you may save that $1 that you have in your pocket. Oh, it's a shilling actually. So, then the restrooms are this side where I'm pointing. I think we missed out to say that. The restrooms are this side where I'm pointing, or downstairs. So as we move to the next session, we all know that we have been in a situation, and the pipeline has shown that as Uganda, when we invest 1 shilling, we get 0.8 cents, which is not something that is good. So the future of public investment management is focusing itself on emphasizing on how we improve project implementation. So in the next session that we are going to have with our experts and the panelists, we are going to dive into areas where we can improve project implementation, which is also in the same line with what Professor Glenn has been presenting. So I will request you to join me, welcome the following panelists. Professor Dr. Joseph Muvawala. As he comes up, we can put his profile up. I'm not going to read the whole of it. Dr. Joseph Muvawala is the Executive Director of the National Planning Authority. He's an economist with a doctorate in a PhD in economics, a Master's of Arts in Economic Policy and Planning, and a Bachelor of Arts in Economics and Social Administration, all from Makerere University. So I think Dr. Muvawala will say Z. Dr. Muvawala also serves as the Deputy Chairman of the Education Policy Review Commission. He possesses professional experience both at middle level and top management of over 20 years in development practice and policy formulation. Before joining the National Planning Authority, Dr. Joseph Muvawala worked at the African Development Bank, where he was the chief country economist for South Sudan and the principal education economist in charge of Ghana, Kenya, Tanzania, and Eritrea. Let's join our hands and welcome Dr. Joseph Muvawala. The next person is the person who is going to represent the gender that I stand for, Barbara K. Magezi. Barbara works with the World Bank Group. She has over 20 years of experience in supporting government's work in reform agenda in the areas of governance and institution, fiscal decentralization, and now public investment management. She has led several success projects in Uganda, including as a task team leader for the US dollars 500 million Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer Program and the Swatini and in Zambia. He has participated in the design and implementation of key projects in Tanzania and Somalia. She has also taken project management for multi-sectoral programs and led the supported teams to undertake analytical work focusing on institution and political economy analysis. Prior to joining the World Bank Group, Barbara worked as a human resource management officer in the government of Uganda and helped rebuild the public service following the years of conflict and violence and supported rollout of the decentralization program. Please join hands and welcome Barbara K. Magezi Damila. Sorry. The next person I'm welcoming to the panelist stage is Dr. Lukwago Asman. Dr. Lukwago Asman is the current permanent secretary of the Education Service Commission. I think he has experience in working in public service, and he also has a certificate in training in project management from the University of Quebec in Montreal in collaboration with CETEM International. He has a master's in international medicine and is a retired consultant physician. Please join hands as we welcome Dr. Lukwago Asman. Thank you. Next time I will also be a doctor because I'm reading doctor. There's another doctor coming. Please don't get tired. From Ministry of Water and Environment, we have Dr. Kalis Tindimuganya. Dr. Kalis holds a PhD in Water Resource Management as an MSc in Hydrology and Water Resource and a Master's of Business Administration. He has over 33 years of experience in water resource development, management, and research. Currently, he's acting director for the water resource management in the Ministry of Water and Environment. He's responsible for ensuring sustainable and equitable utilization and management of water resources of Uganda for socio-economic development. He has represented Uganda for over 20 years in international and transboundary water resources program and initiatives such as Nile Basin Initiative, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, Lake Victoria Basin Commission, UNESCO Intergovernmental and Hydrological Program, and the UN. He has been instrumental in providing strategic and technical guidance to the various international and transboundary water resource programs and initiatives and supporting the ministers in charge of water affairs to provide the required policy guidance and oversight. Please join hands and welcome Dr. Kalis to the stage. The fifth panelist that I will invite on stage will be representing the Uganda National Roads Authority. The ED, Allen Kajina, sends her apologies. She was already actually on her way here, but she got a call that required her to turn her car back. So she has not been in position to actually come to the panel, even when she was very enthusiastic to be here. So I'll welcome Engineer Isaac Wani, who is the Director of Network Planning and Engineering, to represent the Uganda National Roads Authority. Now, to be able to take on this panel will be one of our own, Mr. Joseph Enyim. Mr. Joseph Enyim is a development economist. He serves as a Commissioner, Economic Development Policy and Research at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Mr. Enyim is also the chair of the sub-DC in the Ministry of Finance, and I think some of you have interacted with him. His technical leadership experience is concentrated in economic development policy management, microeconomics analysis, public investment management, and development policy communication. He has consulted for different organizations, both locally and internationally, and he has published different research reports. He's a member of the Institute of Corporate Governance Uganda and the panel of constellations for the International Center of Settlement of Investment Disputes. He holds a Master's of Science in Economic and Social Studies degree in Development Policy and Practice from the University of Wales, United Kingdom. He has attained various certificates in Public Investment Management, Poverty Reduction, in Technology and Innovation from the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, Harvard University, and other leading institutions. Please join hands and welcome the moderator for this session, Mr. Joseph Enyim.
So a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to interface with this well-established panel and facilitate this conversation this afternoon. A very eminent team before us here, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity. Gertrude, I know we began this meeting late, and I seek your guidance on the time allotment for this panel and whether we are still holding to the program as given. I see that we have provision here for a plenary discussion. So if you can also break that down so that we make sure that we leave this place when we are all happy. For both the discussion. Okay, thank you very much. Those of you who have been here since morning, we benefited from some findings from two studies that were conducted, and this came through the presentation from Professor Isali, and there was a second presentation also made by another accomplished person, that is Dr. Mukisa Ibrahim. And essentially, they highlighted the essence of public investment, the fact that it is there to de-risk private investment. And Dr. Mukisa highlighted the necessity to have in place a risk management framework, essentially, whether these are boards or panels that keep track. And then we heard from the statements from the Honorable Minister, the PSST, but also our host, emphasizing essentially the journey and some of the pressing problems. And of course, latest was from our keynote address. And so we want to use these moments to draw some insights from the lady and gentlemen before us here on what that means in line with our theme. Where is Uganda essentially in this public investment management journey, and what does the outlook feel like? I will begin with our chief planner, the ED NPA, Dr. Joseph Muvawala. If we take from the presentation from Professor Hisali about public investment management, or public investment having to play the role of de-risking the economy in order to facilitate a higher rate of return for private investment. We understand that the rate of return for private investment is a function of risk, manifested, of course, in the cost of doing business, the ease of doing business, and the market, the purchasing power. What would you say have been the levers for Uganda in the course of the last 3 national development plans that have effectively spoken to those issues that matter for private investment and the return that they generate? And how has that informed the selection and sequencing of public investments? In short, how has the risk profile been changing for the private sector, and how has public investment been responsive in the selection, but also in the delivery of the investments meant to de-risk that environment?
Wow. You know, when these questions come from another Joseph, and and Joseph is very good at structuring those things, I begin to worry. But 2 things. When you look at the vision for the country, a decision was taken that the model was going to be deal with the fundamentals such that you can exploit your opportunities. If many of you have not noted, that is the model we have been using as a country. And for that matter, the biggest lever, when the analysis was done, when we talk about binding constraints, we knew that we had a lot of binding constraints, but what was the binding constraint for this country? It happened to have been infrastructure. That's the reason you have seen that we have invested too much in infrastructure over the period. Infrastructure meaning roads, meaning power. Now you're dealing with dimmed energy because the planning and the sequencing was not very right. We did a lot of generation, but we did not do transmission. There is something there to learn, that every time you do a generation project, you should think about transmitting that project. Meaning that during that period, we did a lot of generation. We've done a lot of roads. We've done a lot of ICT. The issue being that we wanted the fundamentals to be right. That was the beginning. Now you're beginning to see beyond that. And of course, that was before poverty alleviation. We noted that you can't deal with poverty unless you deal with the fundamentals. All of you know the PRSPs and all those things we're working with. So the lever has been more public investment in those areas, including education and health and water. We've done a lot of investment. But today's study has told us that while you have done all these investments over the time, the curve for public investment has gone up, the curve for private sector investment has gone down. But on the other side, the return on investment has also gone up. So what do we learn, some of us who are working in policy? We need some common sense interventions that can make the investments we're making on the side of the public make meaning on the private. Because whatever we do, Joseph, is for helping the private. But many times people forget that even the private have problems. I want our colleagues here to do a curve. Every time we work with a private sector and give it more jobs, it collapses instead of growing. What is happening? There's something with corporate governance of some of these firms. I want you to check all the big firms that start in this country. They go up, and when the owners either die or get too much money, they collapse. So I think our government must be interested with what is happening in corporate governance on the side of the private. And my brother one here now should get concerned with what is happening with the capacity of those contractors. Because it looks like most of our money now goes back and is not affecting us here. So yesterday we were discussing and saying, okay, what can we do? How about if you have a standard contract that requires these big contractors to subcontract what we call real work? Mr. One can tell you, all these guys are subcontracting what? The water, what is it? You call them what technically? No. Either relocation, you're a subcontractor, or the water channels, you're a subcontractor. But the contract is about the road. When will you ever allow a Ugandan company to do a kilometer of the road that you're doing under your subcontract? These are common sense things that we have to go for right now. We give you a contract, you must commit that your subcontractor will do 5 kilometers of the real road for them to learn how to make a road. Go to the oil sector. All our subcontractors are doing bush clearing. What else? Surveying. None of them is doing the well itself. So after the contract is gone, the whole capacity for drilling will be gone. All we will know is bush clearing. So, but I think for us, our lever has been more do infrastructure, do the ICT, get the connectivity, and of course we have gotten some things not very right. We have connected to a certain point, we have not done the last mile. So you still have a lot, internet costs, very high. But what is the problem? Last mile connection. Power, we have brought in a lot of power. No, not too much distribution. What has happened? You know we are paying every year for dimmed energy. Now we have an issue of transiting from Umeme to UDCL and all those kind of things. But one thing you should know, that this is a process. And it is, the plans are coming in 2 stages. Now, if you ask me now, the key project for the next plan, the standard gauge must be. Because we need to connect the country to at a faster speed, not this other speed of ours, not gari ya muka. Now it has to be gari yachi ya masanyalazi, 120 speed to the border. If you asked me again, I would go for last mile connection to reduce the cost of internet. We have invested over $1 billion, isn't it? Into connecting, but without getting to the last mile. But remember, in studying now, you need internet everywhere. You can't do the curriculum we have in education now without internet. So what is going to happen to our village schools, like some of us who came from villages and cannot speak the English that you people speak here? So the levers will have to change. And Joseph, we have to be very careful now selecting the next projects to ensure that we get more value from the limited resources that we put into the public investment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muvawala. It was mentioned here that while we have made headway in the hardware kind of infrastructure, studies are still, of course, going on in terms of the efficiency or the efficacy of that hardware investment, but then the need to transition now to softer investments, and I think that resonates with your point on addressing things like last mile connectivity, so that you have feeder infrastructure that can take advantage of the main arteries that have been laid out. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me move to the person next to Dr. Muvawala, that is Barbara. I noticed that for a long time, the World Bank ran with a twofold goal: reducing extreme poverty and boosting shared prosperity. And in the recent past, you have made that a triple goal. You have added there achieving the first two, but on a livable planet. As a development finance institution, the way you measure success, of course, is not the classical way that the financial institutions would do, and the way you measure impacts also is different. Going by the latest census results that highlight a number of social outcomes in Uganda, including increasing life expectancy by almost 25 years in a generation. What would you say has been the big learning of the bank on economic impact of public investments within your portfolio, drawing on the need to distinguish between social-facing investments and hardcore infrastructure investments? There is a perception that the World Bank has lost appetite for the hardcore investments. Is that because of difficulty in stakeholder management, or there are other reasons? But what would you say has been the major learning of the bank in deploying the portfolio you have over these last 3 NDPs, in generating the results we are seeing from the census and the other economic reports of government, and how that speaks to this balance Uganda is trying to get between hardcore infrastructure and the soft end of the soft skills, soft assets the country needs?
Thank you very much, Joseph. And you should have remembered that there are a number of PhDs here who could have taken that question, but I will, in deference to my employer, the World Bank, I'll try and respond without trying to compete with Joseph or the other PhDs on the table. So you're right, the bank has shifted from just fighting poverty and improving prosperity to looking at fighting poverty, improving prosperity, but on a livable planet. And I'll start from there, and I'll say that yes, the World Bank has not moved away from issues like infrastructure, but the focus is now on that infrastructure through areas of focusing on the new things on the block, such as climate change, and looking at issues around mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. So I'll start from there and say, please do not say that the World Bank has moved away from a focus on infrastructure, but the World Bank has added the issues of ensuring that there is sustainability. When you look at the programs that the bank is now implementing, addressing issues of climate change or assessing the climate co-benefits as one of the result areas or one of the outputs of our projects, you will then realize that the the outcome, the focus is both on the social outcomes, as you called them, but also sustainability, however, still retaining issues of infrastructure as key, because just like my predecessor said, we still see that as a big lever in ensuring that there is development. However, I will also add the issue around scale. What has the bank brought on the table? We're looking at supporting projects that can be assessed and be scaled up to have more impact, as opposed to previous projects where we would focus on a particular area. Right now the focus is on a project that would have impact, but following that impact then there is scalability. So the issue of scalability has become also very, very critical, and you will note that right now that is one of the key statements that the World Bank president is focusing on. It's all lumped into one big statement around impact, and that impact is ensuring that you can take a project to the next level. You talked about social outcomes as a challenge. Yes, we just launched the Human Capital Indicator report, and again, I'll say the bank remains committed to looking at issues around knowledge. Knowledge is a key issue. Remains looking at issues around health, education, nutrition as key elements. But I will still go back to the issue of how much can we deliver at scale, not the previous projects that were delivering 200 schools, not the previous projects that were delivering 100 health facilities, but is it possible for us to have a project that can deliver those 100 health facilities and then roll it out or do additional financing and then come to about, say, 500 health facilities. I'm privileged to be one of the people that is supporting or task team leading a program that has got that kind of impact. And you will see that from support to building of schools, there is support to upgrade of health facilities, there is support to micro-scale irrigation, there is support to improving access to water. So it's a ripple, it's kind of a ripple effect in that once you start with one element, then you will be able to move on to the next one. My last point will be about the use of our knowledge products. In addition to changing the different categorization of the different, should I call them vice presidencies in the bank? You know, we moved from from having a vice presidency on economic and finance and so on, and we moved to prosperity, we moved to planet, we moved to infrastructure, and so on. There is a cross-cutting issue around knowledge. How does the World Bank share this knowledge, and how is this knowledge going to help with our clients? And the key question that the bank is facing right now is translating this knowledge into actual support to our clients. If the World Bank is doing a study, right now we're doing a study on what are those incentive structures that are affecting the implementation of public investment management. How is that knowledge going to help the PUP department in selecting that particular reform that they are going to address at the end of the day? So that the bank has also picked up as a key element, knowledge, to see how we translate that knowledge, how we translate the data into supporting our clients And that way, we would be able to also ensure that we have impactful support. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. I want to press on with a follow-up question. I see that the PIMS Center of Excellence is a beneficiary of financing through the bank. And the bank also prides itself in being a knowledge institution, and I want to believe a knowledge leader as well. From what I see with the public investment management system, it requires a culture that allows people to perform a challenge function. That when a project comes from either an MDA or even some quarters of government, the ability to have both the environment but the capacity to interrogate and ask the right questions. As an institution that is experienced in knowledge management, when you look at Uganda's environment and the level of professionals in the public investment management space, what would you say, or where would you say Uganda is as a country in performing that challenge function as a society, as stakeholders, and what is the outlook for it, since that is the theme of this conference?
Yeah, thank you very much. I will talk to two issues. First, what we saw as the bank during the engagement on public investment management over the last 12 or so months as we were interrogating the process, but also what other reports have talked about. As we were interrogating the process, as we were talking to different stakeholders, two key issues came through. The capacity of the people who work for the government, the people who support the public investment management process, to do project appraisal, to review reports from consultants that deal with projects, as quite low. So the response was that in a department, and I beg the indulgence of teams from, for example, the energy sector, a department will find a challenge to review a report that comes from a consultant that has done, for example, an assessment of Isimba Dam, because the capacity in the department, both in terms of skill and numbers, was lacking. So that's an issue that has come out in our assessment. However, we have also entities that have done an across-the-board assessment of where Uganda stands vis-a-vis other countries. And as was reported, we note by the IMF, Uganda is above other entities in terms of development, other countries in terms of development of tools and instruments, meaning that they have worked with consultants, thank you so much, Professor, to develop these tools and put them in place. However, the implementation of those guidelines of and enforcing the commitment of those guidelines and ensuring that those guidelines yield results still leave a lot to be desired. So the tools are in place. They've been developed by the support of a lot of technical assistance and commitment by Ugandans. However, translating those skills into actual implementation is where the challenge now comes, and that speaks to my first point of saying you will have the right people in a department, but that department is either understaffed and doesn't have the right number of people, or falls short of the technical skills that are required to ensure that whatever was done at appraisal is translated into actual implementation. And I will bring in one thing that might not have come up in your question, and that is the ability to look at a project being implemented, report on it just in time, and address the challenges that need to be addressed to ensure that that project moves ahead as planned. And that is one issue that also came up in our interrogation of the public investment management and capacity in Uganda.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And I think the members in the audience will have opportunity to respond on some of these issues, because it was one of the risk element issues raised by Dr. Mukisa in his presentation. Allow me go to Dr. Asman, and I think this is a natural transition to the area that you head, the Education Service Commission. In the space of education, how you see the point that Barbara has raised, but also more importantly, we want to understand in discussing capacity building for future investments. Government has taken on this goal of growing the economy tenfold, and science, technology, and innovation is identified there as the catalyst area. That means our tertiary institutions must be able to raise the caliber of human resource that can effectively speak to this public investment management space, not only from a public sector point of view, but also understand the side of the private sector story, because the purpose of public investment is to de-risk private investment. From your very rich experience through the public service space, and I see that you also have a very rich training in the medical field, what would you say are the type of soft public investment management issues that the country must respond to, and how should those issues inform the way we manage the assets that have been created through past investments, or we optimize them with new investments so that STI can take off, but also we can address the issues that Barbara has raised about the capacity to employ these tools that we have developed.
Thank you very much. Allow me about 2 seconds to correct my CV. Yes, I'm a doctor, medical doctor, and I'm a retired physician, but also a teacher of medicine. And my master's degree is not in international medicine. It is in internal medicine. Because my team is used of international, but it is internal medicine. Medicine has fields: surgery, pediatrics, obstetrics, and gynecology. And actually what I was doing with the University of Quebec was a certification training in project management, not certificates. And then when you are doing certification training, you become a certified project implementer. Now, this is why I want to answer your question. I'm answering this question, but with a lot of happiness. We are at a university, and we are happy that we are hosted by these dons. And the presentation were really enriching, especially the presentation about Isimba. The image about Isimba is like if you have a vehicle which you are driving, it has no one tire, then the steering is missing, because there is no way how you can evaluate a project without looking at its planned values. Planned values means the cost of work that is supposed to be implemented over a period, and projects are usually broken down in different periods. And every period is assessed on a specified date, which we call a status date. So if it is a 5-year project, then we would be having about 5 status dates. So I would be happy even to listen. What happened, before we go into those 40 things, what happened in the first year that made us to continue even to the second year, third year, and extra time, and eventually we find these faults. Okay? So the university have to up, and project management really is a gray area which you people have to up. I just needed to say projects are intended to produce products. The project cycle is a short time. It is its implementation time. When it is over, a product is handed over. And what you have a problem with, how do we improve on management of our assets? How do we improve on the management of the products that come out of the projects so that we can lengthen their cycle? And therefore, then that would impact on the investment. There is no product which should not have a service standard. Every product that you produce must have a service standard. And the service standard prescribes the time when minor interventions can be done. For instance, minor architectural audits. You can actually state that, because this is what I noted in Montreal. Every infrastructure project completed had those standards. After 2 years, a team of experts will do a minor architectural audit. And it is done. After 10 years, a major architectural audit. When this one drops off, it is replaced within a week. I didn't want to mention the universities I have attended, but Montreal is one of them. The University of Quebec at Montreal, it's called UQAM mainly, but I did also service standard in universities in Turkey. And that is a separate. But for project management, especially on implementation, and when I received your letter, I was happy because you said you are doing well in early stages of the project cycle. So the challenges are in the implementation. Implementation, like when the lady was giving us some question, the worst area where people have little knowledge is the work breakdown structure. There is no project that can be implemented with the work breakdown structure without.
And Doctor, how is Service Commission positioning itself?
That's where I'm coming now. Now, Service Commission and the Ministry of Education in general, or any other Ministry of Education in the region, let me not talk on behalf of the Ministry of Education, should recognize that public investments are long-term investments. And their utilization are going to be after a long time. Like you guys who are talking about power. Our first dam was in 1954 and maybe commissioned close to independence. Many of you were not born, but you are engineers there. So that means someone who received good primary education was actually being prepared to handle work at Owen Falls Dam. Now, the human capital development in a normal process where children are not left. That's why government is advocating for universal primary education. A future engineer who will look after this building and maybe expand it or even repair its damage is still in primary one. Because this investment is going to be there even in 2040. So primary one, primary education, Mr. ED for National Planning Authority, should make sure that we don't lose children at that level, because it is a very, very short time. You are 6 years, and after 7 years, you are a teenager. If you are not in education, especially in African societies, you may be pregnant. And therefore, you are lost. So primary education, which is universal, should not be just a political gimmick. It should be addressing realities that children who are supposed to be future human resources that will take care of the public investment can be lost there. Of course, if they pass over through primary education, we still need them in secondary education then this university. But I'm concerned about the selection. Because you know, a university can't lament. University has a lot of universal connections. What is missing can be created here today. And that's where I want to credit the Minister of Finance. I know you started the PIMS when you had limited capacity, but capacity is gradually growing. And with time, we'll be even offering to present papers about how we can improve project implementation, which can't be done in this conference. So we need to, universities have to look at areas which are gray in our economies. Now you have heard about them, and don't be complacent and become quiet. Make sure that you create them. Let's invite those people who train in project implementation. I'm happy we commonly use these words of project implementation, monitoring and the evaluation. In project, successful project have control. It is implementation control. And then you monitor and evaluate, because with control, you can prevent a bad occurrence early before the project is completed. When you wait for evaluation, this is why we have Isimba.
If I may interject,
yes.
There is like apathy in the public that universities are graduating people. There is a what you call knowledge acquired through the training system, but then there is industry-based
training.
Yeah, knowledge you gain from industry practice. So I just wanted to understand to what extent do gaps in industry competencies inform the whole agenda of the Education Service Commission and your engagement. Since you are the one at the heart, I think it was Dr. Glenn who made the observation here that in terms of Uganda's outlook, one of the critical things is to make sure that the caliber of people who lecture, for example, in this great institution, are not just people that have strong academic credentials, but industry, you know, they have been proven in industry, and they speak with some authority from practice as well. To what extent are you alive to that reality?
I did state that the education system which you have been having earlier was mainly focusing on knowledge. Right? It is recent that Uganda has noted that education is not only a platform for delivery of knowledge. It is a delivery for knowledge but skills as well. And then the inculcation of character that we have to live together, and then values. And it has started already with the lower secondary curriculum, but I think with reforms, other areas of education must come up. But let me say this. Universities have to realize the need of all those, because for them they are self-sustaining and they can create their programs. Now what is missing, which I'm happy about, that you are twinning with the university now, is the project implementation. That's why we are here. What do you measure? And you know the funny thing with Dr. Mukisa, Isimba was always hosted site visits. There are many site meetings, but to do what? Because all of these projects usually host site meetings. Then to do what? In fact, I wrote a small summary. I'm going to give it to PIM. What we usually do when we do status reporting on a project. What do we do? I want to read them so that the audience can understand them.
I hope it is a short one.
A short one, yes.
I'm standing in between these people's lines.
Don't worry. I'm going to be shorter. First of all, there are calculations. And this must start at the next time the project has started, and the time must be closer to the starting time. I have started execution of a project today, and my status date is the next year, exactly this date. So I'm going to look at what we call and value. I'm going to look at what we call schedule variance and cost variance. I'm going to look at the schedule performance index, cost performance index, estimate at completion even as early as possible. And I have provided the formulas here to use. All these are defined. So if we attend sites and we are going to be served sodas and meat and everything, then the project will delay. From here, we are able to say that actually our project is going to save money, or it will delay, or there will be some time overrun, or saving of time, and we can negotiate and control it. Control meaning that we can propose adjustment, or even sack the contractor. That's what I saw when I was an intern in Hydro-Quebec. A very strong power station in Quebec that provides power in Quebec. I know it's French Canada. My professor may be British Canada, but the French Canada is also successful. Thank you so much. I will give you this copy.
Thank you very much for the
we have to leave
resource.
this capacity. Thank you so much.
We will gladly receive that and incorporate it in our training. And since he's talking about power, in Uganda, hydropower stations are a big deal. I want to go to Dr. Callist. That one is tough. Tindimugaya. Yes, I've got it right. Dr. Callist, climate change has taken center stage, not only in Uganda, but also around the world. We have witnessed firsthand the erosion of public assets on account of the climatic changes we are witnessing, including a very live example, the rising water. When you look at the current portfolio of projects in the PIP, but also when you look at the way that MDAs are going about designing interventions, I would like you to speak to whether we are taking lessons and what kind of alignments should be taking place to make sure that we are future ready for the world that we are stepping in, as far as public investment management is concerned.
Thank you very much, moderator. On behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, I want to thank the organizers for inviting us to be here. We deal with issues of water, environment, and climate change. So when we talk about climate change, you cannot separate it from water, from the environment. But also to recognize that if you look at Uganda's economy, and I don't know sometimes whether economists look at it, if there is no water, I don't know whether you can talk about hydropower, because hydropower is about water running turbines. If you look at roads, how roads are being destroyed today, it's water actually destroying them. If we look at agro-industrialization, we are talking about irrigation. Irrigation about bringing water to crops. So if there is no water to bring to crops, you can actually not talk about irrigation. Look at industrialization. There isn't any industry that doesn't use water, either as a primary input or a secondary input. So sometimes, of course, we look at NPA talked about the fundamentals. Yes, very, very important. But how are the fundamentals going to be sustained? And I'm happy that we are moving in this direction. And the World Bank already has indicated how we are changing. And climate change has already come in, because again, in Uganda, for you to know that there is climate change, is either too much water, causing flooding, too little water, causing drought, too dirty water, causing pollution, landslides, and many things. But water is part of the environment. So if you don't manage the environment, you actually don't have water available. If you don't manage the environment, then climate change will come and destroy whatever we have. And to me, that's why I'm happy that we are changing the way we are formulating projects, to look at holistic projects. Previously, I've been around for a while, and I am always attending this, and the chair knows. Previously, you would take a project, if it is not hardware, the chair and his team would throw it away. And I would argue with the chair, I say, but chair, having a water supply project without knowing where the water is available is not an investment you should be proud of. And I'm happy, Chair, that you have changed the district guidelines. I'm happy that you have expanded the team. And personally, I feel we are going to have good projects. PS talked about good projects and bad projects, but I think Professor said that you can turn actually a bad project into a good project with the proper design. Right now, within the ministry, of course, Chair, we have been discussing, we bring projects because in Uganda, frankly, people believe that if you don't have a project, you don't have money. That you just want to send a project across the board. Within the ministry, we have decided that we are going to have holistic projects. A project that is looking at water supply for rural areas, for urban areas, for irrigation, but also we protect the environment and improve resilience. For example, if your wetlands are destroyed, wetlands store water. They help us to address climate change. So we are right now formulating projects, but at the end of the day, we are looking at the last mile. We don't just want water to be available for drinking. When people don't have money in their pockets, all our projects now, and the projects that will be coming to DC, will be holistic projects where we are looking at how to improve people's livelihoods and incomes, so that water becomes a catalyst, not just a tool just to look at. And personally, I feel that we also need to go across sectors. For example, can I have a hydropower project that looks beyond just the power to the water and the environment and addressing climate change? So that the Ministry of Water and Energy can actually present a project that we are going to implement together. And of course, if you look at U-Gift now, and I'm happy Barbara have talked about it, to me we should be going in that direction. That we should have a project that delivers on many things rather than delivering on one. But the issue is, do we have capacity to design those projects? We need to develop capacity. Chair, if you see the project preparation process, I will give you a concept note very well profiled. But when we reach pre-feasibility and feasibility, those of us who are not economists will struggle. We do struggle. So the capacity building, in my view, shouldn't be only for economists. Come to us so that you understand. When we are presenting pre-feasibility, frankly, we don't understand what we are presenting to you. Because the economists have prepared them for us as engineers and water managers. Sometimes we look at them and say, okay, go ahead and present. And I'm being frank. I'm being frank. So build our capacity so that you understand what economists are talking about. But your evaluation, how an economist looks at a project, is different from how a water engineer will look at it. Again, once we interface, I'm sure we'll be able to design projects. I also feel that we should, as we look at holistic projects, maybe area-based projects. I think we have projects scattered around. Maybe can we look at holistic area-based projects so that you go in an area, we have a road, we have a school, we have a center, water, but also ensure sustainability. Through that, we'll be able to address climate change because, Chair, water doesn't recognize administration. Water will along the way. We would rather manage it, and in we have decided that we call a question. Where does water come from? Does it end? You might press a project and water is flowing in the direction. Then you don't have. So again, that's why we can have these projects collectively. Maybe to mention, Chair, what you raised with the PS, within the Ministry of Environment, we have realized that we cannot have only in-house capacity. Now we are working with academic institutions. My permanent secretary and all the universities that teach in environment that you collaborate. Offered that we are ready to host your students, but some of us are able want to focus. He doesn't want you to pay. For example, if he gives me, I will teach at the cost. But I will be offering practical experience so that somebody can know. Also, ensured that right now, students, or our project, the permanent secretary, two young people touch the project for capacity building. Because we feel that we can only develop capacity if we are deliberate. We have also created a program for those who are retiring in the ministry. We have a program. Now we have 6 professors from Makerere University. We feel to move forward. You cannot throw away because somebody has reached such agenda for water, climate change and the environment, be having a research would want the support us to stay and address this, and we'll also be putting together around some research so that we can say the priority area can use. As I conclude, we cannot address environmental climate change issues by just looking at the way project formulation, in my view, should change. We have to build capacity, but give us money for project preparation. We don't have money when we look at our budgets. There is no money. We actually gamble around, and if a project is poorly prepared, implementation will also be having a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tindimugaya. I'm glad you have spoken that in the presence of. We have supported the project preparation facility. We hope to utilizing it to support that. Dr. Tindimugaya has been very instrumental in dealing with, I think, rising waters, and they were really very helpful in helping the country manage that threefold challenge. Up to now, those of you the water level next to the lake there. Go to our last engineer one, and I'm going to frame this question. You and your of have the ability to grow all your stack. They call on before computers. Projects have synonymous with engineers. That is the is of really a lot of planning issues. As you can hear from this discussion, becoming a multidisciplinary, it is becoming a stakeholder issue. It goes beyond just hardcore engineering. But even within engineering, I think a new dimension based on material science. So my question to you is really around project design and management. Since we are trying to look to the future, how is a engineering community a major client of engineers like UNRWA taking in a appreciated environment? How are you adjusting systems? We've learned here that we need to build institutions. Institutions are about norms, values, systems. For the period that has been in place, comment on how you have had to respond to this changing environment and the practice of investment management as far as projects are.
Yeah, thank you so much for it is a little very elaborate, but my experience is going to draw national of roads, other districts, others of urban council, and like the road fundament for is in and support growth in other areas and provide competitiveness. Any that will grow the. Now, to put the resources invested of national roads is about 9.5. For the paved network, this is in the road 7.3 billion. But the asset value now 0.4 billion. That the asset has already lost value. If we say the replacement cost 3 billion for the roads, and value is 5.4, that has lost value. About 26% of the value that has been lost, and probably due to lack of focus in as far as maintenance is concerned. So, as an organization, we know that in case of any public investment projects, especially infrastructure like roads, on having adequate skilled staff to manage this project throughout the life cycle. And that's why I'm emphasizing in value, because of data. The current practice is that we have very good gatekeeping, where we have good projects admitted, and then implementation, still there are challenges in implementation. Framework in place for us to manage the area of implementation. But we have to go further, even to we need to have these PIMs quickly so that we can manage project site. We know that strong capacity for appraise of project, most likely it will have high impact project. And as we've adjusted work like it was in those. We do the engineering design, we have to work. And in the engineering design for roads, we recently have had initiatives, staff, initiative of climate resilient infrastructure, and that now come in, those issues incorporated. Environmentalists as part of the design project, design doing a reconnaissance of a project, then the environmentalists are part of the team. Look, whereas the project, the alignment should be this, we think this alignment is not appropriate. So, and I do the environmentalists are part of the departments that participate in selection of the route options distance of a road, which is linear, cuts across so many areas which may be having very sensitive ecosystems. We also have sociologists as part of the team to related to that is linear in nature, is going to affect communities in all areas. So as engineers, basically adopted trends, and we are picking all these aspects, and the project can actually be get from the environment. Now, what we've done is that we have initiatives aligned to the NDP, the staff training, both in-house and the consultants, working with development partners, also from our geo which may not be available, because we know that if you don't properly and you don't target projects have impact to the economy. That design is very, very key, so that you make the right projects fit for purpose. We need the skills, the manpower, need the tools. Tools cut across. You need the software.
Have you built those skills?
Yes, we've built skills. We so far have skills, but the numbers are inadequate. Of hydrologists, you need so many. We say we've developed about 3 or 4. Talking of road safety specialists, 10 people, 3 resources that are available.
How do you see the future?
Now, the future, current trend government is going into, these reforms that are happening. I think these reforms come with the for staff to be developed only in PIMS, people who do the actual design of these projects, the engineers. Because if these skills don't go there, like my colleague from Water has said, that they are now having a center of excellence to do the project preparation. Most of this information from the technocrats. We have transport economists who put us in preparation of this, having the connection we are now doing at the Center of Excellence at Makerere here.
Yeah.
Connection must be there. And then the engineer, like you said, should also suit so that we are speaking the same and what the people in the project appraisal design are doing, and then who are collecting this data which you are going to use the project node should appreciate the whole. But I see that the future for management, just because steps we've started, and I see that we're actually moving in the direction as a country.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wani. We appreciate the changing face of the National Road Network. The President, though, has indicated that in terms of it's very, as you projects, make sure that your roads are translating into wealth in our rural communities. Ladies and gentlemen, time does not allow us to use of the resource, but I will afford you an opportunity for questions, and I want to invite Glenn to come and join here in case there are questions directed at you. Can I have somebody moving with a mic, and I'll just take one round of hands. Go and to the next item on our program. And I want to pick the hands begin. So can I know who is requested? So I see only one hand so far. I see another one there, the third one, and who will be the last? There's a fourth one. So those four people, 1, 2, 3, and 4. You have a mic with you. Keep it very short. Project your voice. I see by Muzukulu.
So much. My name is Namaten, and I work as a senior analyst in the Ministry of Local Government. My question is on human capital.
Are you directing it in particular or?
Education, the education area. So my concern is, as a country, we have the biggest population. And the levels of among youth are very high. So what are as doing to counter challenge as we embark on this journey of PIM? Because with PIM's technology, it comes advancements, cater, and this challenge. So,
very much. Human resource planning question. Dr. I think you will respond. There was the mic.
Thank you. I'm Nakamia from the Uganda National. My question is on the project, and we find that you have.
Is it to anyone particular?
Maybe to Dr. Muvawala. We have projects that are core, come with the need for structure. So capital in nature. At that point, we have to sequence which one should come first, the other to the core. It has been achieved. Thank you.
Is behind you.
Thank you, presenter. Suga is my name. My name is Professional from the PMI Uganda. My maybe Dr. answer this. What's your take on the government regarding the implementation and the post challenges?
And you can confirm if you have understood question. It looks very. I will ask that you the rest keep it short. The back.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Rubu, Minister of Finance. My question goes to Professor, but it will go first to presenters. All the presentations that you made, including the keynote, I saw the focus on monitoring and less on evaluation. My question is, why is it more on the track? And this is what we've been doing, but with limited results on the actual and utilization, evaluation results.
Okay, thank you very much for now, and I'll begin with you, Dr. Muvawala.
Thank you very much. Actually, those could be mine. That's everybody here is a planner. I will start with the last. You have not been doing monitoring. Let us not be doing monitoring. Action is critical, but we have not been doing monitoring. That is a serious problem. Why, Doctor, what happened? Things been right. We wouldn't have waited for to see that it's. We need to do monitoring and follow-up. And the monitoring architecture of this country needs to improve. Too many monitors using resources, not Minister's office needs to have a question agenda. They need to whip up to make all of us are monitoring. Second, project sequencing. I think that's the same problem with power. We concentrated on generation, but there was an enabler who is transmission. We're going to start looking at projects. So the called circuit from was very clear. Now, if you are going to do generation, you must study architecture. If you have such a project, we now would like to stick not to create problems for the future. And now the issue of unemployment, colleagues, we can come university and all. There are two sides, demand and there is a supply side. These guys are doing, some people, a lot of who are very good creating those jobs. The studies will that for every 1% creating less than an economy going by 1% changing growth. Right? We need a holistic analysis. You can bring Muvawala, but when the economy is not, you will border right there.
Question also from how
it is about the sequencing, the core, and then those two.
All right.
Together. And one of the things in I am a member. If there are problems, the DC has to do its job. Side of the DC has worked at their level. Level, the top one. Yes, have we ever send junior people? we need to ensure that guys in government do their part. Because if we don't do that, we're in trouble. He has done the technical bit, then he has to come and up technical, because we are always not there. I am not saying the truth even when I'm wrong myself. I am area. Thank you.
Thank you. And this panel is not they are going to issues. That's very warming. Over to you, Professor. There was a question to you. The question to you was the discussion today on the evaluation. Been doing monitoring for a long time with minimal results. His part, what we are monitoring may not really be monitoring. So if you have any insight on how we consume evaluation and maybe the level of attention we need to pay from your global experience.
Well, the thing I believe is that you don't get unless you measure it. And one of the risks of monitoring is to monitor too many. That's what a good appraiser sorts out on a project. It's one or two things that are critical. And monitoring them sort of usually tightens up the system. I mean, there should be some feedback from the monitoring as well. I guess the issue on, 100%. One of the problems with many evaluations is that you're measuring motion, you're not value. And that's it's an interesting. I just was at a conference where they were talking about the tremendous impact of subsidy programs during COVID. You did a little calculation. It was costing $4 million for every small business that you saved, and something $100,000 for every additional job. You know, that is a bad project. What kind of resources does the country have? And yet, you do your country, it was highly significant. So, when you're doing evaluation, look
to be answered by the education. But for instance, when Professor Nawange was, he said a lot of innovation and one that can, and that's where it does. The government should be the one taking up. The university can be where the company is already, and actually university accept you expand on, invite. Let me clarify education. They can you. Me actually, when I was doing in neuromedicine after masters, I was in the University of Alberta at Edmonton, and I'm a senior doctor, and I studied medicine. But I'm talking about projects. So really, the effect of capacity. The people who are graduating from different areas, and then they are to acquire capabilities. That's another possibility. I think if now is here, and you dear colleagues, those areas of will be presented for support, so that in two companies for production, that we have a big population. Let me give you an example. Who sells cow dung? Package cow dung into good bags, because now cow dung is a commodity. Who are in the crop agriculture, look, you could be employing about more than 100,000 children for cow dung in the Ngoma, corridor, and so on. Just need to modify it so that it doesn't carry diseases. Me, I grow maize, but my father is chicken manure. I buy a bag at 23,000, and sometimes I buy about 1,000 bags. But so Chitufu in Masaka, do you have this? Do you have this? Employment opportunities for young people, if universities take those opportunities. In fact, where I work, there is a university called McGee University. They have companies which actually originate from their university innovation, and eventually they employ people. So all those are opportunities. But I also note that 15 to 30, these are supposed to be schools. Because delaying the use in schools, you the things. The system allow them to go. Now, there is something which I learned from the US. There is what they call multiple entry, multiple exit. People enter at age. Here we are waiting for senior 6 to 8 so that we train senior 6. What do university senior 5 leaver? What about a senior 4 leaver? You could bring them and you train them in this, the humanity has a wide capacity. If you train them in what you want, they will deliver it and then we will implement. But by and large, government is taking lead in creating and invite financial inflows to create factories and so on. Our indigenous people been abused. You have seen how the Chinese or some people treat our people sometimes. Female gender are highly abused on, and we really come out of that box and we also be creative as a university. I think that's what I can do. But for post-implementation challenges in project, starts with planning. A big tool in project, it is called a logical. On one side, you have the result chain. You have the objective verifiable indicators, verification, and the assumptions. So when you say output or input, you say the input will be training 2,000 people. How do you verify them? Their certificates. What do you assume if all are trained? Have a good result, logical framework. Then you would be even making after implementation of the projects. The issues are already captured. What you are going to be is already captured, including the risks. Because the contingency is a fund for risks which you can't manage in case they occur. And then those will look into post-implementation summary, which I meant. And for universities, I'm a bit available for giving. This is a conference. We are, and we can't like give information in detail. We are available, like my colleague has suggested. We have got this word of work, and we can come and interact with your students and train them and reach them with academia.
Thank you very much, Doctor. We appreciate your resourcefulness. Multi-entry, multiple exit. Uganda would call that umeme, isn't it? So as umeme winds up, maybe we need to take up that term for the university. Last course is just being final. I think they are giving you more than one course, and they advised that I can take more questions if there are any in the. Are there any hands? Okay, it's only one hand, so we conclude with that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Jonathan Basalira. I'm a finalist at the Business and Management Sciences COBAMS, doing BCom accounting option. We happen to study operations and production project management. That was in our second, and we studied about lead. And one of the problems we face in the country is it takes from project planning to implement. Mine goes to Muvala, our Prime Minister. How can we reduce the time it takes? Because there is a certain tourist who finished a project of a hospital in 7 months. I won't mention the name, but it's been all over the platforms. And you have government hospital projects that have taken ages to be implemented. Thank you so much.
You have the floor, Dr. Mubarak.
This young man had better be the next Prime Minister because thank you very much. Two things. If it is from the time of preparing a project to the time you say it is starting, there are capacity and processes. Capacity to design, capacity, and then how quick the processes can be. If it is from the time of the project has now go and implement the project, and that is why we're having the biggest problem in this country. When we asked a question here, everybody was saying money, 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 money. From where I sit, is the ability of the project coordinators to deliver, and the coordination within government. That is where our biggest problem lies. Yes, common. You know, for me, it is critical that if you are going to become professionals, common sense, detail. Every little detail matters. We have problems with people managing projects in this country. And I pity my brother Okitoy, who is coming into that arena. Mr. Okitoy here is coming into that arena. Look at all the projects we're implementing in government and see how bad are doing. And the majority of them, it is people not doing the right things, making the right decisions. The other is ministry. Everybody is a king and a katukiro wherever they are. We have a project here, doctors come. But we don't have a... What are the Minister of Works doing? When will they ever supervise? Why are they for supervising consultants? So when we have all these, this man here is one of the best engineers. We are busy doing the wrong things. So for me, capacity of our project managers and the coordination within government. We try to create this man here, the unit at the Prime Minister's office. What do you call it? Delivery unit. Delivery. Now we have created another, we call it Apex. We are good at creating slogans and that look like they are solving the problem. Leadership, technical leadership, project leadership, ministry leadership is the problem. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We are coming to you now, and I'm going to Barbara. You make a point and your concluding remarks, and then wrap up with the panel.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I will add one item to the issue being raised by and that's accountability. Is there accountability for results in the entire value chain of public investment management? And who is holding the whip and asking procurement takes 478 days as opposed to taking maybe 200 days to complete the procurement cycle once the project has been approved and cleared? And if you finish that procurement in 478 days, it means that design has become obsolete. And if it has become obsolete, instead of starting the project when you go design review, have you realized what is happening? But all that is within that one word I've asked. It's accountable for results of ensuring that the road that was supposed to be built over 5 years, that, and then the soft that I was asked to issues around multi-year budgeting, there's issues around ensuring that the government does not take on too much, bite off more than it can chew in terms of fiscal space. If these issues are put in, then what the answer and everything will also be dealt with. Still conclude by saying, where is the accountability for results to ensure that a 5-year project takes exactly 5 years, and who's sanctioned if that project does not take 5 years? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I will skip and go to you, Lupaku.
Much. Recommendation. What the Minister of Finance over that resource to answer her question. Because everywhere the Minister of Finance is an important institution. And once you say project, nobody will observe. But you need a performance worksheet which you should develop and use it to assess performance of projects. And we can participate in government. Like you have performance in government. Project performance is a performance requirement. Human resource performance. 2, we need to train people in the use of project management software. Question of implementation. Like when you augment Microsoft Project Word and the crackdown structure, get a good monitoring your operation, including the and actually that amalgamation allows you to look at where you have the arrangement, and really you say, this one must be done as possible. These softwares, a work breakdown structure, a bit of it may be available free, but my project Word is a premium software which you can't complete. And the government, when I was inherited, because I worked with Barbara, implementing it, I was implementing through the system. Theirs, called the Uganda System Strengthening Project, many deliverables and the objectives, plus other projects, them here through the software. The Chinese, there is something wrong here. You have to withdraw your equipment. They are fake. Way, not lose time. I want to answer here. Where is there is a actually public not be resulting into corresponding possible theory that money is already lost. You delay a project which was supposed to be completed in 5 years and you complete it in 10 years, you have already lost the money that would be used by the sector. Is already lost within the see any catalyst of the project into sector growth. So project means loss of money. But thank you so much. I think you take up responsibility and equate yourself into an audit firm. All projects, when they start to execute them, let's come together and we design it. I've seen it in up to, but Uganda needs as yesterday for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Indibuga.
Chair, one highlight is we have moved around. Ugandans are right, intelligent, and we do well outside. But why are we not in Uganda? We need to engage. What if everybody comes and me say you, but we're outside? To me, the issue of coordination and collaboration, the national authority has indicated, we have a lot of capacity. Talk about but our capacity is. You have these together would where it is, but cannot continue doing the things they are. Capacities. How much are you meeting with me? We need to address this issue. How much are agencies so that we work together? But also, how my view help us first of all to, but also to, and I think as money is where, but you know it is, and we are not being. I feel if we could would be able to mobilize the resources needed, and some of the resources are not cash. Some of them are in kind. Worked with the Busoga Kingdom, religious institution, others, and private sector. You can deliver this country from where it is. So maybe Minister of Finance, NPA, the Prime Minister, pass. I think we're being whipped enough, and we need to be equitable to Ugandans. Thank you.
Finally, I think those are already orders for the Central Ministry. So over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. My is that the chief, the technical team is doing a very good job in this. There is, I think it is high time to think of institutionalizing this. Apart from that, I think we need to have laws to compel everybody to play their role. So I think based on that, I recommend that we really take it and then the law. We are now back for project, but I think let's also begin about the next phase. So that's a complete process, including operation and maintenance. That one I want to conclude with, whereas I think it's completed with at Ministry of or the systems we use. The Ministry of Finance should take into systems that we use. It is software or whatever it is we use to collect the technical we are going to base on. I think that's and we have people who are involved in it. Because number one, whereas some people, one on the skills are not available. In this short period, things have changed. Absolute technology may not get the right value. So this process should that we look at it as a process. Otherwise, I appreciate being discussed.
All right. Much. This has been a panel. Have a round of to appreciate a well, ladies and gentlemen, liberty to excuse you. Re-engaging audience as well. It is now my pleasure to over to the secretary for the next step. Very good afternoon.
Very much. The hand clap we gave was not sufficient. These people did a good job. Next thing that I see you. So I think issues that have we should be in position to take care of at ICU. Juncture, lunch, you're going to also answer from back. So I would back, and then you are in position to answer some questions along. been positioned to stand this session who had missed that session. So this is how it goes. You get your camera, take a picture of the conversation. Or if your camera has an issue, you can go to the Mozilla or Google and put in www.make.com and you enter a code of 193463. I'm waiting for the Professor Bale, then I'll continue. Log in and I, according to here. And the names are coming, so I'm able to point out the names of the people who have logged in and the ones who haven't. If not the last page. All right, let's continue. I'll keep coming back. The next question, the project deemed successful. Is it when it's delivered, whether it's delivered project, whether it's the right specifications, the above. You know, this has been, we ask questions related. They can even tell you all above. So when do you deem a project successful? Is it when it's delivered? See most onto all the, when we hit 80, I'll be able to continue. So someone says all the above are necessary, all the above are necessary, that's 100%. No one is talking about the budget, so I think the Minister of Finance is happy that no one, they're not asking for more money, they're asking for more time and yeah. All right. So the next question goes to, which of this is not one of the constraints of a project? Is it a budget? Is it scope? Is it a team? Or it's resources? So we are into the PMI class, project management class, and you can see that's true. Some people are saying team, some people are saying scope, which is okay. Some people are saying budget. I think team is winning as not one of the constraints of a project. Some people are still struggling whether scope is the constraint, is not one, is not something that is pointed out. I'm yet to give the marks since we're in a university on which team has scored better than the other. And it's true that team is not a constraint of project. Usually the constraints of a project is the scope, budget, and its resources, project management. So you need to sit that exam. Lastly, on a scale of 1 to 5, how satisfied are you with the PIMS conference? It's the first PIMS conference, so there are many learning curves, there are many lessons learned. So, yeah, your feedback is highly appreciated. Yeah. I'm targeting to get at least 60 feedback, and we move on to the last question. It has been amazing. That's good. Thanks. Yeah. Very good key speakers. That's good. Thank you for the feedback. Good start. We need to manage time better. This season is a good innovation. Yeah, I think managing time is good also for the participants because we came in late, a little bit late. But a lot needs to be done in the future, though. That's true. On project management, we need to do that. we should rate after having actually has addressed to their ultimate need, that they're hungry. Okay. The last question is, how relevant were the conference top challenge in the country? So we are saying we need presentations. Okay, that's good. Relevant, mostly relevant, fair, highly relevant. We have 7 responses. Let's push them to at least 40, and the lunch will be served. Yeah, there's a comment that we need to have more interactive sections like this one, so we'll improve. It's a learning curve. 10 more responses and we're good to go. Okay, thank you. At this juncture, I'll take an opportunity to welcome back Jason to take charge of the closing session.
Thank you very much, Gertrude. A big round of applause for Gertrude. You're not convinced? Bigger than that. I know you're hungry. Okay, just before I invite Commissioner to close, there's another tool which I want to introduce, and we'll use only 2 minutes so that you're able to get your photos. There you go. So pick out your phones again, scan that code, and follow these prompts. You'll be able to view all the conference pictures, including yours. So this system uses artificial intelligence. It picks your face and then goes into the pool and collects all your pictures where you are, and it will connect them to your Google Drive or Apple, whatever. After scanning, something will pop up on your screen. You tap on it and then take a selfie, a very good selfie. Then enter your WhatsApp number. You'll see it guiding you through the steps. Is anyone lost? Dr. Wabiga, are you okay? Anyone lost? Everybody above 50? Professor Glenn is managing. I know the ladies are more interested in this area. They love photos. They want to create content. Is anyone struggling with this? Just follow this. After scanning the code, take a selfie, then enter your WhatsApp number, then through your WhatsApp phone, after we've finished uploading all the photos, by 4 p.m. you'll have all your photos. I hope that's okay. Can we take off the code and we move on to the next? So as you do that, I want to recognize, I'm told we have the guild president here with us of Makerere University, Mr. Lubegansamba. Vincent, please stand up for recognition. Very powerful man. Where are you? Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you. Are we done with this? Okay. I would now, first of all, want to thank all of you for participating. You've been such a great audience. I want to thank all the panelists. I want to thank all the discussants, all of you. And I want you to count yourself lucky to be a part of the first PIMS conference in Uganda. And I want you to know that it has been written down in history that you were a part of the first PIMS conference in Uganda. Without wasting time, please recognize or receive warmly Commissioner to close this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jason, you did well, wonderfully well. And let's clap for him. Of course, plus Gertrude, who was your lead MC. Basima Gertrude, stand up for recognition. And the entire team you worked with on the side of Makerere, led by Professor Bale, stand up for recognition. But he had the entire team, Professor Isari, mainly leading on the research area, but he was part of this. Allow me to request the team that was in charge of putting this off the shelf, was there for some time. Stand up, all of you, just as a group, both from Makerere and the Ministry of Finance. So this is the entire team. You can see it was a very strong team, and we sincerely thank you for the effort. It was the first of its kind, and this inaugural event, in my own view, we can rate it highly. It has been to a large extent successful as per our objectives. As Professor Bari indicated, we are going to have this annually, so I think moving forward, the subsequent conferences will be managed better with your feedback. Allow me, as I conclude, to sincerely apologize for the time overruns. Now you see we are preaching about the dangers of time overruns, and now we are the first culprit. It's very difficult. PIMS is very difficult. Even you, with the Puritan in it, you instantly turn a devil. Just like that. But we did our best. Again, there are those exogenous factors, as you could see. We couldn't manage time, but we've done well. And I thank the team again who are managing time. And finally, to thank all the presenters from the morning, the dons who presented their research findings. We are going to have more of these actually, and we give them more time. I thank all of you, led by Professor Isari, Dr. Mukisa. We couldn't have time to present all the 5. We had 5 actually, but we could only give you a few of those. I thank the panelists. You've been thanked, but once again, I take this opportunity to thank you again, from Dr. Mvawala, Dr. Kalist, Dr. Barbara, Magezi Ndamira, a doctor in the making, and then Wani. One should also now become those doctors they were talking about who bring the practice. Really, you've done enough there. You could come and build capacity. I thank you very much. And then, of course, finally, Professor Glenn, we drank from the source, didn't we? You drank from the source. In fact, we constrained him. If he tells you about his journey and what he has encountered and managed to advise around that, you really see a great man he has been around this area. And he has written extensively. Read his books, just Glenn Jenkins. You will see a lot of work he's done around this area. His other expertise, which he didn't delve in, is really even the tax reforms. There he's also been doing a lot of great work. And Professor Glenn, I was telling my boss, Dr. Mvawala, that we can also look there. So you can see I'm also trying to market you the second time. I marketed you in Ghana, and the South Africans came back after 10 years. Now I'm doing this. You could also appreciate that because of the good work, the symbiotic relationship really that we built over time. So we thank you very much. We're very glad that you really honored our invitation to come here, and we look forward to working with you even in the next round of reforms. And, but more importantly, to make sure that we bring this capacity. He allowed that we bring queens to Makerere. So we are now training more cheaply because the cost of one person I spent he charged me 12,000. It was first Gertrude and the team and Belinda, then we went back 12,000 Canadian dollars. Now that one trains 8 people here by bringing queens, the whole pedagogy here. We just add a few sweeteners and the case studies that are relevant. Thank you very much. Without wasting more time, because we don't have much of it, allow me to call Dr. Vawara Joseph to graciously close our conference this afternoon. Let's welcome Dr. Vawara.
First, I must declare my interest. Ashara, in my culture, is my wife, because he's a Muko. So if I praise him a lot, please discount. Ladies and gentlemen, for us, as the Minister of Finance and Planning, FIMS is a very important planning and implementation. We want to thank Makerere University for finally joining the policy arena. That way you sustain yourselves. In government, we do not have a lot of time to do the econometric models and all those kind of things, because even when we do them, our principals don't like them very much. I request that you continue doing this, then making it simpler for us to communicate to our bosses. Also noting that when we have that detail, we can always justify our decisions. We want to thank you, Professor Isali, the leadership, Professor Bale, Dr. Mukisa, and everybody for a job well done. I also want to thank Maimoko for the fight of PIMS. You recall when I returned to government, this is a fight I have been fighting all the time. You've made my dream true. And I am hoping that we can continue in ensuring that the PPF now becomes a real PPF. Joseph, a PPF with $1 million is not worth the name, because one water project will finish that PPF. Our country is fighting for this PPF, such that we start even doing contracts even before projects are approved, advanced procurements and all these kind of things. Our brothers in Kenya are doing well, so projects are implemented on time. We would like to remove all implementation and planning activities from projects, because we spent 2.5 years recruiting consultants to do for us designs of projects, which we want to implement in 5 years. No wonder our project's average time is around 7 years. So it is important that we continue working together. We will support you all the way. I also like to encourage you, people who are in this space. I have never started projects, never. But I have written over 20 projects for the African Development Bank. So when you tell me appraisal, sometimes I wonder how you teach before you appraise. It is very difficult, people. Somebody was talking about the logical charts and whatever. It's not that easy if somebody is asking you for a development outcome. It is easy when you just talk about it, but at least write one for us. So I propose that all of us who have projects, let us have space for our colleagues from Makerere. Let us have space for the young people to learn on the job. I thank you, and with those few remarks, let me take this opportunity for the first time in my life to close such an important conference.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Just a few administrative announcements that we forgot. On your way out, please pick your parking exemption permits so that you don't pay at the checkpoint, so that you're easily allowed to get out of the checkpoint. Also, for those of you who still have your break coupons, they still work for lunch. And the students who graduated in the financial module, your certificates at the table outside. We also have a Kanban board where you can put your comments about the conference just outside here. And then we have a photo booth where you can take a picture on your way out. And feel free also, finally, to still visit the exhibition area to have a thorough look at what is happening outside. Thank you very much. I'd like to close and safe journey back home. Thank you.